Oh, well, I don't know what happened. OBS just like completely boomed for some reason, so. Hopefully we're back.
Just so you know, you started an entirely new stream.
Yeah, that's what happens, unfortunately. Oh, we're back, chat. Make sure to like the stream again on YouTube. Why is my sub icon gone? I see it. Might just be gone for you. About time you started streaming? Fuck off, man. Alright, this is a decent Rise game. Alright, let's see how different it feels now. Ah, good level 1 trade. Big. Close X. Oh, he DC'd. Kill the AFK, chat. Okay, and we live. Big. Who's the enemy jungler? It's Rammus. So you might genuinely just sprint here after a camp. I'ma risk it. I'ma risk it. If he's here, he's here. What can we do? Alright, we're chilling.
I'll return stronger. Count on it.
Chat, it sucks for him. I don't care. I don't care if he's AFK. Get better internet, bruh. I say after my stream drops for zero reason all the time.
On my way.
No time to talk.
On my way.
Good flash from him.
The wise seek to contain power.
I'm joining him from minions here, so this is really good.
Turret is under attack.
Leave now. I like my
Wind
track
zone has spawned in middle lane.
Nice, he's getting completely zoned out. And now you waste his mana on me, so he doesn't have mana for the wave.
On my way.
power changes everyone.
Alright, perfect.
This ends fast.
He's already missed one wave, he's probably gonna miss one more. Let's thin out this wave a bit. Ah, he missed 2 melee minions, we're happy with that.
Fast and lean. That's how I try. Fix.
I'm definitely gonna need boots in this matchup early, right?
Danger. Bottom turret is under attack.
Everyone is doomed to repeat history.
That was my bad. Bro, he's really fast. Oh, he has Ghost. That's why he's so fast. I'll give you another chance. Play the worst jungler for $100. Yo, Piri, I appreciate the donation, but that's not gonna work, King, because the worst jungler is Yuumi. And I'm not gonna play Yuumi jungle.
Enemy slain.
Do you mean the worst jungle champion that's like classified as a jungler?
Middle turret is under attack.
Because if that's the case, then it's probably Tryndamere. Or maybe Jax? No, Jax is actually like, he has some merit. Oh, it's Twitch!
Avoid enemy.
Do we count Twitch as a jungler? Twitch is so shit.
These runes are not for eyes.
Okay, so it has to be a jungler, not like any champion just in the jungle. Is that what we're doing? Then yeah, I'd say Twitch is probably more useless than Tryndamere. Like, Twitch has more carry potential though, if like... Oh my god, I'm trolling. Oh, I'm Goomba trolling actually. Oh, I'm griefing. I should have killed the Ziggs. I like misclicked my ability. Like I was stopping it, it wasn't going off. Worst jungler. Okay, so it has to. Okay, not Tryndamere, and he has to be a jungle champion. I think it's probably Twitch. Does Twitch count as a jungle champion? People play him jungle.
Power changes everyone.
If it's not Twitch, then it's probably Jax. Maybe. But like, do we count Twitch?
Keep your distance. In an instant, all could be gone.
Oh, I mean, Zed is the worst jungler. Yeah, Zed. Zed is oof. Dude, Zed is unplayable.
Everyone is doomed to repeat history. That's right.
You have slain an enemy.
The wise seek to contain them.
Ba-da-ba-ba. I'm kinda shit on this guy.
Time to reflect on what we have learned.
Pike is definitely not a jungler. Samira is not bad. Twitch or Jax, you can choose. I mean, okay, I'll check if Twitch is classified by Riot as a jungler, then I'll do Twitch. If he's not classified, then I'll do the worst like jungler that like, if you click on like jungle champions on like the game,
Perfect.
then we'll go with that one. I think that makes the most sense. Dude, leave me alone. Oh my god, Archangel's clutch.
Turret is under attack. You have been slain.
I mean, I did all this damage. Can you at least finish him off? He's like a normal form Kane, bro. He does no damage. There we go.
Avoid enemy top.
He still hasn't gotten the form either. Oh, I kind of troll build here. I was getting Amplifying Tomes, but I wanted to get Rod of Ages. Ah, there we go. He's forming. What did he do? Red Kane? Nice.
Everyone is doomed to
Enemy
repeat history.
slain.
That's where
Ally
I come in.
slain. Enemy slain.
Did we win the Trinda game? No, we did not.
On my way to bottom jungle. Top turret is
I mean, he can survive like it does.
lost. Killing spree.
Power changes everyone. Stay back. Release. Target.
We're pretty fat already. How annoying is this Ramus?
Middle turret is under attack.
Definitely a Quicksilver type of game, no child? Oh my god. Oh my god, why am I muffled? Also, why did Jhin run straight there? Did he get Seraphine ulted or did he just have an aneurysm? Because I swear it looked like he had an aneurysm when he like sprinted there. Like he just immediately sprinted straight into the MF ult to auto attack. But I'm suspecting that it was Seraphine ult, I didn't really see though. Stasis maybe? No. What is Stasis gonna do here? It's Quicksilver for sure. But I'm not gonna get it until Death Cap. And Quicksilver is not shit right now. It just was really OP and now it's just strong. Went from really OP to just strong. What is Tryndamere? What is this guy doing? Yo, he's messing him up. Oh my god, he's unkillable. Why is someone defending mid, man? Don't take my kill, bro. I flashed and ghosted for that to match the Ziggs flashing ghost.
Shut down.
For an assist? I don't know about that. How much magic does this guy have, bro? Oh, almost got the recon. Jeez, how broken is Force of Nature?
On my way. Shut down.
How is Gwen not doing? Oh, she's going Nashor's Tooth build. No wonder she's doing 0 damage, bro. So we left that shit in season 19. Can't even kill the Scion.
Power changes everyone. Ah, civilization. I remember when I was a part of it.
Engage.
Not walk with history. Run.
I don't do damage to this guy.
These runes are not for
Hey, you do your thinking. I'm not here to interrupt. Oh, yo, he's fast. Oh, what the fuck? Oh! Let me use spells, man! I need Quicksilver so bad. How broken is the Rammus? I'll get Quicksilver, let's get Quicksilver. Actually unplayable. And keep in mind that Quicksilver, by the way, gives you, just as a passive, 25% reduction in crowd control. And after you use Quicksilver, you get like Tenacity for 1.5 seconds and Slow Resist. Like, it's still a really, really broken item.
Everyone is doomed to repeat history.
Alright, we're gonna go for Projector, I think, right? Oh, I hate when that happens, bro. I hate the new update. Okay, dude, Red King destroys their team low-key. Rammus and Sion? He just absolutely wrecks them.
Quickly but carefully.
Max rise damage combo. So you do first ability, third ability, first ability. Here, look. First ability, third ability, first ability, second ability, first ability, third ability, first ability. But you do it really fast. I was just doing it as fast as I could speak. Oh my god, I killed the... Oh. I guess I can still kill him.
The wise seek to contain them.
Engage.
I mean, if Rammus comes here, I don't have Q with Quicksilver, so I just die, I guess.
Enemy turret destroyed.
I'm gonna take the long way. Hey, you take the long way, King.
Has slain Baron.
Alright, let's get mid-wave to get Psychic Projector.
Group up and push.
I forgot. I mean, if you think about it logically, you'll figure out what the max damage combo is. Keep in mind that your first ability resets when you use your second or third ability. I'm not even gonna get anything. Could do Infinity or could do Crown here. Both are really good. I feel like Crown will break too easily against Ziggs though.
Fix. No time to talk.
Why have we left mid lane? Why are we split pushing with me?
These rules are not for eyes such as yours.
Have slain an enemy. Double kill. You are on a killing
Their backline has been dismantled. This guy though? No. This guy requires some work.
turret destroyed.
Whoa! Okay. Gwen doesn't seem to be... Gwen just shredded him, bro.
Victory.
A pause in the chaos. Let's make it count.
Alright, let's figure out who the worst jungler is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to champions and I'm gonna pick jungle. So I'm gonna pick the worst from these champions. So Jax is definitely really bad. All of these champions are pretty OP. Yeah, from these champions, Jax is the worst. Oh, maybe there's some I don't own though, wait. No, this shows all of them, right? Because I didn't click owned. So yeah, this should show all the champions. So from these champions, Jax is the worst. Right? Chad, do we think a champion is worse than Jax here? In the jungle? Potentially Fizz and Mundo, but I think Jax is just worse. Shen? No, Shen is S tier in the jungle, bro. What? Yoni's not here, though. Like, he's not gonna sit. Oh, he is here. Oh, no, I don't think so. I don't think Yone is worse. Yone just has a really bad first two clears, but after that, he's really good. Jax does no damage to camps because of his second ability. Maokai? No, it's definitely not Maokai. Nasus? Is Nasus here? If Nasus is here, it's definitely Nasus, but he's not here. And we said no Tryndamere. Jax goes Nashor's Tooth? Yes, he still can't clear the jungle until he gets like 2 items. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing as Yone. Yone shreds as well after first item. After Blade. Fiddlesticks is worse. Fiddlesticks is not bad. Are we gonna let Piri do the call? I'm not sure if he's still in the chat. I'm assuming he is. Like, a lot of people are saying Fiddlesticks, but I think it's Jax. Maokai? Maokai's not, is Maokai bad, chat? What's wrong with Maokai? He's not really played a lot. I'm pretty sure it's Jax. Am I wrong? Why are you guys saying Camille and Nyla and Kindred? Are you guys insane? These are like good champs. Twitch is not here. Twitch is not considered jungler by Riot. Jax is valid? Dude, okay, I'm gonna do Jax. I'm gonna do Jax as the worst champion. But after Jax, I'm gonna do a Camille game to show you guys how dumb you sound. Because it's so insane to have Camille as a bad jungler. Like the best ganker in the game, by the way. No, Baron lane Jax is good. It's jungle Jax that's weak because of his passive doesn't work on camp, so he clears like really shit until you like until level 7 pretty much. Camille has a slow clear. Camille has a slow early clear, but her ganking is unbelievably good. Jax doesn't even have good ganking. Camille gets ultimate and just like runs you down through ultimate. And then after 1 item, then they both have good clears. Play AP Jax? We're gonna do Trinity Force into like probably hybrid, just depends on what the enemy team has. Pretty sure this is AAA ARAM rooms. I think you do fleet footwork in the jungle, right? Do you have like any sense of a decent clear? You go Conquer in jungle? Or at least these people do. Nidalee was negative win rate for months when she came out. I mean, win rate doesn't mean shit. Oh, okay, that's what you're trying to say anyway. I feel like Fleet is better. Oh no, man, I think Jax is great jungler. He's just unfortunately not. Like, there's worse junglers, but those aren't considered junglers by Riot. Go full AP for fun? No, we're already like full AP in the team. Is it really not Fleet? I'm really stumped between Fleet and Conqueror here. I think Fleet to make our clear even remotely playable. Fuck, let's do Conqueror. Isn't Nock the best ganker in the game? No, not really. Like, he can get on top of you the easiest, but Camille locks you down for so long. Conk is shit? Oh fuck, I'm just gonna go Fleet. I trust Fleet more. I probably shouldn't have gone Giant Slayer, that was dumb. Nunu's good? Yeah, Nunu's really good. Okay, like our team comp is okay, and I do like Jax into their team, to be honest. Like, Rise is the only kind of issue for me. And obviously Nidalee turbo counters me too, but it's not terrible. Is Smolder still OP? Yeah, Smolder's still OP.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
No, wait. We kind of need magic resist boots here, right?
sword and shield beats Old Faithful.
I love using your voice lines, I'll be honest. Here, our passive, as you can see, does not work on camps. So, we don't get bonus attack speed. Which is the main issue. I need to move after every all attack to stack fleet. Oh my god, I got it. Holy. He went for the all attack smite, but I managed to smite right after his all attack. It was so clean. What a disgusting little dude. I hate players like that, man. I hate players like that. Little cheeser sitting in this bush. The nice thing is that now I'm gonna have like a faster jungle clear than him, despite having... Like, he took my one weakness and made it irrelevant. Which is my first jungle clear being really, really bad. Because he wasted so much time here. Being a little griefer.
Now it's my turn.
It's 1:30 and we're on red buff, bro. That's crazy. I had to clear a ward too, which kind of slowed me down, I guess, but... Like, once we put more points in our second ability, our clear improves a lot, but until then... Like, until level 7, pretty much, our clear is just not playable. 2-minute clear, W. I'm so bad. I wish I've definitely killed the Caitlyn there. She already took this crowd. What? Yeah. Where's my support? Nice, he has no HP, that's my bad. Oh, that was such a bad play. I should have just run away, man. Dude, you got attack speed boots to make my clear decent. I'm just gonna go attack speed boots, fuck it.
Last light of Acacia. First light of
Oh, that was really bad. We don't want to cage him?
Might have to make another heroic last stand.
Okay, at level 7 is where our clear improves a lot because our second ability has a super low cooldown, which is our main way of killing camps. I'm still really sad about how badly I misplayed earlier.
I've somehow given myself a black eye.
Oh, what the hell?
I have a fucking black eye right now. I thought it was just the hollow part. I genuinely have a black eye. What the fuck? On this, the night of my quinceañera.
Where is this guy going? Okay, let's see. Still even in gold with an Italy at least, because he hasn't cleared efficiently. He's obviously like applying way more pressure on the map though.
Boldness is earned, win after win.
Enemy slain.
Nice. Just beat the fuck out of her, bro. Just whacked her. I wish I've gone phase rush. feel like that would have been useful.
Gotta keep my
Please, bro, ult him! You disgusting peasant! Disgusting peasant. Fuck you, I'm taking the whole wave. Ult him too! Please use your fucking spells! Dude, I'm so tilted. I'm gonna get plates here. I have 10 seconds to get plates.
Enemy missing.
He's like, oh, didn't hit my cage. Better just get out of here, I guess. Better just go AFK or something, I don't know. Let's change our trinket to wards actually so we can ward jump.
I'll test their metal against my fire. Smoke it. Might learn something.
At this point, Jack's jungle starts being good. Now we're actually like, we went past the worst point in the game for us. Because now we can clear our camps relatively fast with our second ability. And we do really well in fights. And Jack does really good with gold.
Rift Herald.
Well, the end of the world is
Perfect.
itself.
Enemy missing.
It's on base. Oh, I don't know what I'm building next. What am I building next? I'm building Blade Rune King. It's not bad. Especially because we kind of like physical damage here. Our entire team is magic damage. Could go Sojin too.
Heroic last stand.
She thought she beats us or what, bro? I don't care how many spears you hit.
Killing spree.
We're just gonna whack you down. Kinda misplayed that, but it works. Alright, nice. We're very accelerated now, so now Jax is actually a good champion.
Top turret is under attack.
We got through the hardest part of the game very easily.
Destroyed.
It really helped whatever Nidalee did at level 1, because even after we died to her, we're still like even-ish in gold and ahead in camps. So we're in a really good spot.
Top turret is
Riftmaker? No, Riftmaker isn't. You scale with AP? No.
enemy slain. Middle turret is under attack. Rampage.
Might learn something. And touch me. Some say I'm battle hard.
We already have enough magic damage. Blade Rune King's gonna do work for chasing down these enemies.
Bottom turret is under attack. Top turret is under attack.
Nice.
Danger.
Boiled egg right about now.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
I think we go Sojin next, and then probably Death Dance.
Got fire.
If I can meet Nidalee here, that'd be great. No, she's stopped. Rise overextended.
Guy looks mighty free and void.
Wow.
Welcome.
He reacted very quickly.
Ally slain.
Coming up.
Nice. Are we gonna go for Sojin, then go like full clear? Maybe get this dragon too.
With my eyes closed,
Ally slain.
giving the enemy a breather. I'll test their metal against my fire.
You just proved to me that Jax counters Nidalee, not the opposite. I mean, the Nidalee just played bad.
Now it's my turn.
Bottom turret is under attack.
Like, you should never let me get on top of her, especially not this easily.
Your turret has slain the dragon.
Might have to make another.
Turret is under attack. Turret lost.
What is she doing? Oh my god. Nice. I think Death Dance into I'm not sure actually.
Test their metal against my fire.
Sorry.
Maybe Twin Guard?
Show me what you're made of. Well, the end of the world isn't gonna stop itself. Toughen up.
Attack Baron.
There's 3 ballers, do it. If Bard ulted the Baron, it could have been an issue, but she just didn't.
You godlike.
Oh, nice. We're running him over. And my team is playing really good too, which is nice. I give out the 0-7 bot lane again, this game would be so much more difficult.
Easy. Last line of Acacia. First line of defense. Yup, keep hitting me harder than my enemies.
What did we do last item? I said Twin Guard before? It's probably correct.
Could go for a boiled egg right about now.
Is Royal finally getting the $100? Dude, don't jinx it.
Can't touch me. Some say I battle hard. Hard.
Legendary.
Nice. Oh.
Enemy turret.
Yeah, this Nidalee didn't play very good, which made the game fairly easy.
Enemy
And the thing is, when you're playing bad, pick a champion that's, you know, like, if she played Rammus, it would be a hard game. But when you play Nidalee and you play her bad, you're just so useless, man. This is why Nidalee's win rate is, like, lower than what it definitely should be.
ally slain.
Oh, we got 2 inhibs. Job here is done.
Turret destroyed. Perfect.
I don't know what, probably was Stasis here, right? Or maybe Proto Belt? Like, there's no really good use of other runes here. Or other enchants.
Enemy slain.
Man with a lamp. Do this with my eyes closed.
Like, Brawl Build is decent to get on top of them, and Stasis is good in case they have like hard focus, man.
Can't touch me.
Attack this champion. Inhibitor turret is under attack.
Someone defending side lane or what? This guy just pushed all the way from one hip to the next.
Ally slain.
Just... Dude, my cannon.
Ally slain.
No.
The enemy champion. Your team has slain the dragon.
I'll test their mettle against my fire.
Perfect. Attack this champion.
Can we just lose?
Wait a second. Forgot my fishing pole.
If Nadal cancels my base here, maybe we lose. Oh, they go Baron. Why did my entire team just die? Like, what is this, man? Ah, well, we just, I guess, lose Baron. And Inhib and, like, most of our Nexus is HP. Like, what is this, man?
Middle turret is under attack.
Like, how is this real? How is this constantly happening to me? Like, please play normal.
Giving the enemy a breather.
Let's do magic resist boots. And get, I don't know, stasis, I guess.
Line of defense.
Oh, we could do... I guess we could do gargoyle too.
Ally slain.
Ay, ay, ay.
Tell me what you're made of. No sword and shield be so faithful.
How are they so bad?
I'd have to make another
Shut down.
Okay, at least I'm running them over. I don't think we can end. First rise? There's no way. Please, please, he's gonna die, bro. Please! What the fuck? Let me switch to gargoyle instead of stasis.
Chop keep hitting me harder than my enemies.
Engage.
Chad, maybe just 9 the cards.
Say I'm battle hard. Hard.
Jeez, man. I didn't get the rise.
Enemy slain. Attack the nexus. On my way to
Can we even end against Jet Rise? No, we can't. We literally can't end, by the way. We literally can't end. Let's please go Elder.
Might learn something.
your team has slain the elders of danger. Engage.
Dude, this game is so impossible. If I killed Rise, I would have won.
These old bones haven't failed.
Attack Baron.
It Great late game Ryze just absolutely mugging our team. And be really careful of Bard ult here. Team, please. Oh, big Ryze ult. Or a big Azrael ult. Like, we wanna fight, any fight is good for us because we have fucking Elder. But I might even just be there. There we go. Oh, these are traps? Bro, what are these? Can barely tell with this skin. Alright, we get the Ryze here, right? And I blocked the Caitlyn ult with my jump, by the way. I know that made a difference, but... Alright, finally a win, man.
I'll test their metal.
Jeez. Finally, man. The curse is broken. Barely, dude. Our next survived with 1000 HP, but the curse is broken.
Oh, if it isn't the whippersnapper and a void rapper. Care to spar?
Absolutely, finally, man. This dude, this goes so bad on Veigar. Shit, why does he even have, like, look at these runes? Wait, just no, I'm not spending any of that. Sovereign. And like, wait, is this the season you got Sovereign? Can you see that? Can you see what season he got Sovereign? Yo, Piri with a massive donation! That's even more than $100, bro. He donated $128. Because he donated his, like, in the Swiss franc currency. Dude, massive donation from It's Piri, man. Absolute GOAT. After torturing us. Are you okay? After torturing us game after game with these shit picks, we finally found something that worked.
Piri's replacing the eyeshadow palette I just broke. W Piri!
I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. It's Swiss France, yeah. I really appreciate the donation, man. Thank you, thank you. Absolute GOAT. Funding our China trip. Oh, he's gonna show us a Volig build. I'm Cook. The skincare stream is gonna be bougie as fuck. Let's see if we can get Nora.
Home is just around the portal.
Let's do a Nora game, chat. I'm just announcing on the socials that in 1 hour we're doing the stream with the lead dev. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-ba-da-ba-bum.
You are on the mirrored side of the map. The lanes are swapped.
Alright, huge.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Is you the developer? No, we talked about possibly playing duo, but he's in NA and I'm in EU, so it wouldn't really work. Who's mid lane? Samira? Did my comment not hit even though he has like... Ah. How broken is Samira?
I hope my lordy pals haven't forgotten me. Do you think Luna still remembers my pet?
Dude, Samira mid OP. Bop. We're range mogging her, bro. She can't get in my range. Ah, good start.
I used to pick up things people lost, but now I seem to have misplaced.
Oh, she just wanted to get her plant. She flashed. Ah, good start. We're keeping the wave here and she can't really play the game. Oh, she has her second ability. I'm probably gonna go base, so let's just push this hard, I think.
Here's a hot cup of tea.
A really good early start, I'd say. I don't think she gets boots here either. Yeah, she doesn't. So we're quite a bit ahead.
Someday.
Obviously, this isn't really a lane where I'll be able to get any kills, but we're happy to just be ahead in gold. Oh, she walked up.
Trinkets carry precious memories.
Enemy slain. Enemy slain.
Oh no, I missed the cannon. I actually basing for boots. I don't need to hard push this, I'll just slow push.
Out of a book, separating herself.
We're up 300 gold already. Oh, she's roaming. What the hell?
Enemy slain.
She died on her roam. Okay, well. This lane's completely doomed for her now. Who's the jungler? Viago?
Ta-da! A portal to somewhere new.
Let's hop out of the Skull Crab.
that rocking chair.
As our wave clear gets better and better, we just completely outrange her. Oh, I trolled. Nice!
Slain an enemy.
Probably didn't even need to flash, to be honest.
There once was a rooster who caught
Yeah, Samira mid, not really the pick.
separating herself from her beloved people. Don't be shy. You unfair. I will find my way one day.
Killing spree.
I hope my yordle pals haven't forgotten me. Do you think Yumi still remembers my pats?
$360.
I used to pick up things people lost, but now I seem to have misplaced my
Pop.
self. Come on out then. Don't be shy.
That range, man.
Precious memories, and maybe even a path home. Step lightly. Why do I go on adventures if I miss home? You'll see once you step through.
I really like Nora. Her gameplay is really fun. Yeah, I've always liked artillery mages, but I've never really liked any of the artillery mage kits.
Slain an enemy.
But her kit feels so fun to play. I'm a huge fan.
The kettle's whistling. Cup of tea, anyone? I'm about to warm the kettle. A little cat first, then back.
Enemy slain.
What is Volibear cooking here with the Roll of Ages?
Oh, another treasure for the collection.
She's gonna go right Roll of Ages Psychic Projector or what?
Rift Herald is spawning soon. Group up.
Trinkets. Ta-da! A portal to somewhere new.
Look at that wave clear.
Come on out then. Joy is a good looking at a cat in the land, and tea is
Oh, unlucky.
First turret destroyed.
let's say hi.
Dude, why is that turret shot damage?
Oh, portal.
My first ability just one shot the wave.
On my way.
Can go all.
See once you step through a portal.
Enemy slain. Double kill. Your team has slain Rift Herald.
Nice. I think it's pretty important to get her timing right. Oh my god, I'm trolling. I knew she was there, bro. What am I doing? That was not thinking. That's my bad. I feel like it's really important to get the timing right in her second ability too.
Danger. Your team has slain the dragon.
2.25 seconds.
No use crying over spilled tea.
Old Varys plus Nora in dual lane? That'd be really funny. The one issue with Nora is that she's similar with Ziggs, where she really likes going mid lane, right?
Warm the kettle.
So my ADC does kind of have side lane.
On my way to bottom lane.
Joy is a good look in a book. A cat in the land.
They got him.
Rampage. Top turret is under attack.
Come on out then.
Yeah, my first ability like one shots the wave, by the way.
Rampage.
I miss the time when Yumi would sit on my heart.
No, shit.
Let's say hi. Doors to adventure.
Oi, oi, oi. Turret!
You have slain.
What got her? The loot? I think my passive got her. My first ability passive deals 1 to 2.5% of the target's max health as bonus magic damage. I think that's what I got her, low key. I'm super vulnerable when someone jumps on me. I also use my second ability badly. Oi, 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 what is this Volibear build? Okay, it's popping off.
A dash of memory, bunch of trinkets.
Run him down!
Bottom turret is under attack.
Serene, doors are rippling. Trinkets carry precious memories and names.
Not well played. I need to get better at using her ultimate. I'm really bad at using her ultimate, I think.
Doors to adventure. Separating myself from her beloved kitty.
Retreat from the retreat on my way.
Memories and
Enemy killing spree.
Pop!
a dash of memories.
Slain.
Ta-da! A fortification win.
Pop!
On my way. Retreat.
On adventures if I miss home. You're the ones who step through a portal. Let's say hi.
Dude, fighting like this and just starting the fight with ult feels really nice too, by the way.
Bottom turret is under attack. Attack the dragon. Enemy
Well.
turret destroyed. On my way.
I'm kind of griefing, but he's griefing way more.
Here's a good look in a book. A cat
Attack Baron.
Can she clear raptors at all? Not very well.
the times when you and me sit on my hand.
I'm terrible, I guess. Okay, big. Big.
On my way.
I guess I'll help.
Baron.
Neuraldi seems crazy, but it's not, by the way. It's so underrated. I think Neuraldi is really OP. Can't believe people are calling her bad. I saw Stuart call her old really useless too, but like, look at this, bro. It does 100 and the base damage is really shit, right? I agree. The base damage is low. Each ult, it's not even low though, right? At max level, each one does 200. Keep in mind you have 4, right? You have 4. Assume that you hit all 4 for a second, right? The hell?
Doors to adventure.
Wait,
Oh, not
Oh. I assume that you hit all 4, right? She does. She has a 60% AP scaling and 200 base damage. So she has 800 base damage with a 240 AP scaling. Like, do we realize how insane that is? Like, look at this damage. Look at this damage I'm dealing, bro. Crazy AoE damage. It's better than Zigzolt. It's better than Zigzolt. I think it's a very underrated ability. And then the last one gets even more. It does like 130% damage. So she has like, in reality, she has like a 280 AP scaling with like 1000 damage.
Victory.
Like, it's a lot of damage, by the way.
Extend the hand of Noxus. Pull back a stump.
Stand the hand of Noxus. Yeah, the AP volley kinda popped off. It feels unreliable? I mean, you need like, you can just ult and just start hitting it, right? Ideally, like what Nora can do really, really well is start the fight super far away. Like what you want to do with Nora for the most part is poke and then use your ulti in team fights. So like, let's say that Nautilus on your team engages, you can instantly always follow up on every engage no matter where you are with your ultimate really quick, you know? No, King, I'm gonna play Nora, you're not gonna play Nora support. No, they banned it anyway. I kinda wanna do a ASOL game. Maybe Twisted Fate? Oh, they're gonna pick my ASOL. Well. Oh no, they're not. He swapped. Okay, now I take it from him. Now I take it from him. Now I take it from him, chat. Let's go. I got his new skin. That's why I'm hyped for to play ASOL. I fallen for the, oh my god, I got a skin trap. Ask the dev when they're planning to release LeBlanc and Wild Rift. You think he's gonna just tell him? He's gonna be like, yeah, next week, next patch. How funny would that be? This is a really good matchup for me, but I'm gonna need bone plating. I'm gonna go pee. Be right back, chat. Ah, we're back.
Power, worship, beg,
We're playing in the EU right now.
valid reactions.
Minions have spawned. An ally has reconnected.
Celestial dragons live and die by our own beautiful rules. You'll be quite the deadly spectacle. With a few more basic elements, I could really make this place shimmer. And I'm barely trying. You'll be quite the deadly spectacle.
Let's get those stocks. We could do like a cheap recall here.
Each star is one of my hearts.
We should be in time to catch the wave with our second ability. Oh, big.
Quite the deadly spectacle.
So now we don't necessarily want to fight her. The main thing we really care about is stocks. So we wanna damage the cannon minion. Right, we damage a cannon minion.
Top turret is under attack.
I am is the fashionable part of the universe. Even here. And I'm barely trying.
Wind zone has spawned in middle lane.
Nice, oh, good bait.
If you ask me, we have set
So we get our seed. Perfect. And now we wanna damage the cannon minion, then use our third ability on the wave to clean up all the minions, and we'll be in a really good spot.
stars of wonder and love ignited.
What the hell? Bro, just immediately summoned Tibbers on us. Thank you for the 50 gold. Bro, he's not messing around.
Enemy slain.
This is not too big of a deal, to be honest. We just get plant. Now that she's wasted her ult, she has very low kill pressure. Nice. Oh, we're doing very good in stocks. We stacked pretty much every wave. Tibbers again? Crazy cooldown. Should be fine.
Spectacle. Congratulations. You have earned my contempt.
Can we stack Tibbers? Let's stack Tibbers, bro. We need one more wave for Rallies. The game is going actually perfect, by the way. This is like a perfect Aurelion Soul start.
Stars are not born, they are made.
Alright, Rallies already. 92 stacks is insane for this early into the game. We played like actually perfect. We don't even really need to prep the minion anymore, we just kind of one-shot the wave. Ideally I want to save my ultimate for objective, right? I want to save it for 1 more minute. Oh, well, we could use it here. I should have just saved it for the objective, I got greedy. Okay, getting any ult though is, any flash actually is pretty big. So we'll be happy with that. Because she won't have flash ulti for the objective now. But I'm not gonna have my empowered ulti for the first objective, so in case there's a fight, we won't be at our strongest. Oh. Okay, we're chilling. Dude, what is that Lulu doing, bro?
Species has been knocked back into the field once or twice.
Okay, well, Vi has no ult for that. Yikes. Okay, there's our Garen. Okay, well this didn't go that well, to be honest. Looking at their team, I think we go Infinity Orb, right? Actually, probably go Crown. Yeah, probably Crown.
First turret destroyed.
They're probably true.
Enemy slain. Top turret is under attack.
Each star is one of
Let's actually wait for the next wave and kill both waves together. With our third ability.
Your team has slain.
Stuff is going on there, but I want these stacks. I want them stacks. Not a great ult, but okay, this game is going pretty good. I've made a couple mistakes in these last few fights, but we're still continuing to stack really nicely.
my home is in the cosmos.
I'm not sure where Aurelia. Oh. Ah! Yeah, get off me, bro. I think I stay for one more wave here. It's a little dangerous as I don't have my ulti, but a trick you can do. I have my ulti in a bit anyway. A trick you can do is with Aurelion Sol is just put your third ability right here. And if he wants to jump on me, he's gonna start tanking minions like he's doing right now. He's gonna start tanking the turret. Yeah. He's just running up. Oh. There we go. He tried to outplay it with barrier. And he tried to go on me while I was pulling back his minion, so he started taking turret aggro. She really thought, huh? Like, look, I'm gonna catch Aurelion Sol out, but she won't see it coming. I think I just get Death Caption so I can afford it, and then we'll get
Stories they tell about
yeah, we'll get Crown after. What do you think about third ability max first? No, there's no reason to max your third ability on Aurelion Sol. It doesn't give anything. It doesn't lower the cooldown of it.
where
It just gives you like a little more base damage. That's not useful. You never want to max your third. You max your third ability because there's nothing else to max. Damn, we do Skull slow. Don't, Lulu! Thank you. I'd be so depressed if you stole it.
On my way to enemy bottom jungle.
I wait for our third ability. Get them stacks. We're at 210 minutes. This is really insane stackage. Nice-oo. Nice-oo! And he lives because they don't have anti-heal. Big.
And we'll chat.
Now we're at 240 stacks in 11 minutes, bro. This late game is about to go crazy. But I think we're... The problem with Aurelion Sol is when you have like really good games like this, and you're like super far ahead in stacking, the main issue is that the game just ends too quickly because of how far ahead you are. The enemy team just gives up. You know? Oh, what the hell? Oh, I got my stocks.
Retreat from Baron.
Oh my lord. Oh, we definitely need crown. That's what we just learned. We learned that we need crown.
Top turret is under attack. Attack Baron.
Why is my team doing dragon when the enemy team is going baron?
Attack Baron.
Do we have an explanation?
Your turn has
And we just gave them free baron.
slain Baron Nashor.
We got out macroed. Alright, now we get 2 cannon minions, so we get more stacks.
Species has been artifacted of Stone Age once or twice.
It's not every wave, I think it's every second or every third wave, I can't really remember. I think it's every second wave? I don't know, every third wave. Yeah, we take it, I guess. Yeah, it's every third wave. So now this wave, we want to definitely stock. Okay, well, I really won't let us. With her little baroned up minions. But I'm in no rush.
Avoid enemy. On my way to enemy bottom lane.
I'm in no rush. Big. Oof, we just got like 20 plus stacks that 20 plus stacks.
Is under attack. Shut down.
Team is fighting though.
Attack enemy middle lane.
I'm not sure what to get next, to be honest. Nothing really looks that good here. Maybe Malignance? Are we gonna stack the double cannon here, and we're gonna stack the double cannon topside too? Yeah, we have Warwick that we don't want to fight for no reason. I will base and then we'll do it. Yeah, I'll do my Lignums here, I think. Oh, I just stole that from him. I didn't mean to. I just want to stack. But I guess it executes now. Bop. Maybe the ult was overkill. Because I won't have it up for Baron now, but we should be able to get Baron for free since we killed her. Alright, 363 stocks before 16 minutes is pretty crazy. Dude, what's her issue? Oh, she just wrecked me. What? I actually didn't expect her to do that much damage. I guess he is like 12k gold 3 items. I'm kind of griefing. What? Like just because I have lost stocks, I thought that I'm like unkillable for some reason. I completely griefed. I guess Riftmaker now?
Shut down.
What's your issue? Instantly get mogged? Dude. What am I supposed to do? When this guy's just too good. Look at this. Dude, 2 stacks right there. Ripe for the taking. I'm gonna wait for one more wave before I use my third ability. Oh, look at these stacks. Over 400 now. Huge. Good stacking. Look how big my third ability is getting. It's like the whole lane now. Okay, Garen is winning 1v1 somehow, what? How is he even winning this 1v1? What? How did I lose my crown? Oof. I'll just play for Elder, no? Why can't I not throw one of the minions? Well, playing for Elder is kind of cancelled now. Oh, really good ulti. Jeez. We just got frame mogged by Aurelia.
Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree.
At least enemy jungler is dead.
Slain. Ally slain.
What?
Shut down. Shut down. Retreat from the Elder Dragon.
Wherever I am is the fashionable universe, even here.
I mean, what can I do?
Attack the Elder Dragon.
Stars are falling.
I can't do anything. Why are we not killing this, bro? My stock. I didn't get it. Yeah, I'm not gonna have empowered ulti for this either. High chance we lose this game. My whole team is dying here.
Triple kill. Enemy killing spree. Enemy killing spree.
I don't know why we're like forcing a fight against Elder either. Like this is just a really bad macro.
An ally has reconnected.
I'm ulting now before they burn up the minions, which I think is the right play.
Turret lost.
Jeez, they have waves everywhere though.
The enemy team has slain Baron Nashor. Turret lost. Middle turret is under attack. Inhibitor turret is under attack. Turret lost.
I mean, I guess my bad for going bot there. I don't know. Maybe with my third build, I could have stalled more. I probably could have. What a disaster of a game. I don't understand why my team is fighting like that. I really don't. It is what it is. How do we not get S tier for this game? Or A tier or anything? Yeah, I don't know. Varus and Garen just they just run it down and just died 2 times. Like, they just died for the objectives for no reason. And then we just got free Elder and free Baron.
Balance is a fool's master.
Disaster. In 15 minutes... we'll talk to the Riot Dev, so we're not gonna queue up for another game for now. Alright, be right back, child, be right back.
The shadow is within.
Oh,
What?
I like your wings.
I'm struggling, fighting for my fucking life with them.
What time do you leave?
They followed the wrong master.
From 10 to 11 minutes on the okay? You can come give me a kiss, but be sure if you didn't like, you know, like, start donkey and stuff, so that we can.
Just come give you a kiss. Do you want me to give you a kiss?
Yeah, I want you to come give me a kiss. Before you leave.
No technique is forbidden.
Do I need cash or oh I need a card.
How much you can bring cash with you too?
I have cash. Well I have a little cash.
You see the card? I'm putting it right next to my wallet right here. And take the €100 bill too, just in case.
Okay.
So, is Olivia gonna drive me back, or are we gonna need a?
Yeah, I think she is. But
Yeah.
if not, I'll let you know.
Do not deny me.
No, she has a ride.
Worst case scenario, she has like a driver or something. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, perfect. If not, just text me and I'll get a taxi for you.
Okay.
I'll be up by the time. If you come before 3 a.m., I'll probably be up. Otherwise, I'll sleep.
Okay. Love you.
Love you. Have fun. Hi, chat. You wanna do a AAA ARAM game? I'm gonna do a quick duel with a viewer. How about this? Let's do a quick duel. Who wants to play with me? Alright, put in the code, put in the code. Dude, this guy's so quick at putting in codes. Let's do Jace. Let's pick whatever you want, King. Pick whatever you want. Does Phase Rush make sense for a 1v1? I mean, depends on the matchup, I guess. Probably better to go Conqueror. Maybe brutal.
I
Oh, let's do this.
for a brighter tomorrow.
APJs? What is bro cooking?
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Never a wrong step.
Minions have spawned.
Powering up. Feel free to give up now.
Shit, I think we have a better early game than him, don't we? Oh, this one broke bone relating.
Without fear.
I should have maybe flashed on him.
Face the future.
What?
Enemy.
What is he cooking?
Down the hatch.
Do I have time to push another one? I really want to.
Never look back. Breakthrough progress.
Oh my god. Ah! Okay, we're fine.
I'm always ready.
It's actually good because he missed minions under the tower. It was high IQ play. Chios, to make him miss minions under the tower, trust me, it was high IQ play.
Eyes on the horizon. Without fear.
Big!
You have slain an enemy.
Oh.
Victory.
Bro, splat peak? This is a sovereign viewer, man. Be nice. He's sovereign and legend. I'm just good at the game. You guys think you do better against me, but when we did the 1v1 challenge, by the way, you all got mogged. I went like 35 wins with 5 losses. And I only lost like 1 tricks that did like mirror matchups.
Tradition is the corpse of wisdom.
Do you want to do big camera for this or small camera?
The shadow is within.
What do you think, chat? We're gonna be talking to Papa Smoothie in 7 minutes, chat.
The shadow is within.
He's like big camera more? Big Royal? Haircut when? I'm definitely getting a haircut within the next couple of weeks. That is something that needs to happen. Is there any way like I can kind of, I don't think I can zoom out either. Because the problem is we're a little zoomed in here, aren't we? Let me get rid of this, bro. We got a vacuum in the background.
What?
Big camera.
Oh.
It's in the background. Alright, we're back. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a big haircut. I'm only gonna like make it a little short, a little cleaner. Alright, you guys can hear that, right? I'm assuming you guys can hear that. Why you don't play? We're about to talk to the Wild Rift developer. Alright, let's add this. Can I just make it smaller somehow? How am I inting this so bad? There has to be a better way of doing this, I swear. Nah, it's too small. There we go. Hello?
Hello, Royal. Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me all right?
Perfect. I can hear you too. Let me just make sure that my chat or my stream can also hear you. Can you guys hear David? Give me like a yes or a no. Can I put your
Hello.
face cam on the stream?
Uh, sure. Like, are you gonna be on video as well, or is it just gonna be my face showing up everywhere?
No, I have my face cam as well.
Go, 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 go.
I can turn it on Discord too so that you can see me and it feels more fluid.
Sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Too quiet. It's too low, it's too quiet. Is there any way to turn your mic up? Because I have you on max volume. Oh, I can turn you up on Discord, I guess.
Let me see. Microphone volume. How's this? Is this better? Hello, hello. Does that
Yeah,
sound
I
better?
turned you up on Discord too to make it a little better.
Okay.
Okay, I can't figure out how to turn my camera on Discord while I'm also streaming.
Oh yeah, that might cause some compatibility issue. It's all right. It's all right. I am.
But you
also,
can look on my stream if you'd like.
I am.
Okay.
So yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to, because I think this is our first time speaking, I'd like to thank you for the work you've done with Wild Rift. I think it's truly not just an unbelievably good game, but as someone who came from League of Legends, right? I spent years of my life on the Rift pretty much. And I actually stopped playing League of Legends before I started playing Wild Rift. I was amazed at how the experience of League of Legends was so well made in a mobile game, if that makes sense. I honestly like prefer Wild Rift way more than League of Legends, but I'm still getting that nostalgic feeling of the early seasons of League of Legends, if that makes sense. So I just like to thank you for doing such a great job at bringing Wild Rift to us.
That is extremely high praise, Royal. I really appreciate you saying that, and I actually really appreciate your commentary a lot of times for us. I think we like having analytical critics, right? Folks that can really break down our challenges, break down our problems, speak from like like you represent not just like yourself, but also like the swath of players who play like you, and having those kind of things broken down for us, it really helps us see different like sides of the problem. And I also appreciate you engaging with us, and we are so glad that you felt kind of like how much love we wanted to have for the product, right? Especially being able to recreate some of the like the early explorations of League, right? The anecdote I always talk about internally was when I started playing League back in season 2. Like I was a Volibear bot lane with Wukong, a dual lane with my friend, and that was like some of the most fun times I had playing League in the very beginning. And any way, shape, or form that we even recreate a portion of that exploration is, I think, a win for us.
Okay. So let's talk first of all about Nora, right? She's the exclusive, not exclusive because you guys don't use that language. You use first on the Rift. So I guess that's definitely a hint for Nora coming to different games. Definitely League of Legends, right? So was Nora intended to be a Wild Rift exclusive, and then maybe you change your minds and you start calling her first to the Rift? Is this like a hint of getting Nora on League of Legends in a short time frame, or is that something you can't really talk about?
Yeah, so I think, like, pragmatically speaking, it is less about us hinting what is to come. It's actually more about making sure we don't close any doors, right? It is making sure that any other Riot title get inspired by the work that we have done in Nora, or just Nora, the character herself. They can feel free to be able to realize and have her manifest in their games. So we wouldn't want to use the word exclusive to make you feel like, oh, like Nora can only exist, for example, on Wild Rift. So that was the big part of it. And I think so far we've been actually, honestly speaking, just so glad and surprised at how well received so far she's been. Honestly, I was quite scared for Twitter and what we might get hear back about her. But everything so far, yeah, we're really excited about her release, and partly able to speak with folks like you to hear about your thoughts on her as well.
Yeah, I'm actually a huge fan. I was playing her earlier on stream too. And I'm not a huge fan of artillery mages generally because their like kits don't feel that satisfying to me. But I feel like Nora is the exception. Nora feels really satisfying to play. And I really like especially how her ultimate is kind of designed with mobile in mind, right? Like the little swiping feature. There's also something I really liked about Jhin. He feels better to play in Wild Rift than in League of Legends because of his ultimate. So I really like that Nora kind of has this mobile first approach, if that makes sense. And her kit feels really, really fun.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you saw that. Like, so actually, players can expect this from, um, like, I don't know how much I can like put out here, but I think like this is one of the design constraints we actually put on ourselves, when making a Wilder first champion. So whether it is Nora being our first one, or if there are going to be future ones, um, a- in any of those cases, it feeling mobile native is an absolute requirement. And what do I mean by mobile native is, hey, like when we went to making Nora, we were trying to think back, like what is the one game that you think about as almost like the first formative game on mobile, right? I'm like, hey, well, it's like Fruit Ninja, right? Like just this idea of like swiping
Yeah.
on the screen, like that's the thing. Like, oh, hey, like what would that look like, right, on the phone? And so I'm glad that also translated for you there, Royal. That like, yeah, like that feels like a very mobile native, a natural mobile thing, because that is a very very deliberate design decision we had going into it.
I definitely like the approach. And I, in general, like the approach of mobile first. And I like the idea of Wild Rift being wild, right? I'm probably the only person that truly enjoyed this because I'm seeing so much criticism, but I'm referring to the T-Hex, right? The Baron T-Hex. I really love when Wild Rift does things that kind of separated from League of Legends, and there are more wild things that you wouldn't really expect, if that makes sense. Just some random thing, let's test it out, let's see how it does. So I love when Wild Rift does stuff like that, and TX was like the #1 example. So I wanted to ask if you guys are planning to kind of continue experimenting more with Wild Rift when it comes to these kind of new gameplay features away from League of Legends that usually plays it safe, even though in the last year or so, League of Legends has also kind of been doing newer things.
Yeah, no, man, I remember T-Hex launch quite fondly as well. Something I think to approach this side of it, I don't want to bear the lead. I think what we want to expect is for especially like ranked games and like the core Summoner's Rift experience, we find that there's actually a lot of value to players feeling like they know what to expect going into a Summoner's Rift experience, right? So, for example, hey, like I expect there to be a laning phase. I expect there to be skirmishes. I expect there to be fight over vision, for example. I expect there to be jostling of positioning. But then I expect also hey, strategic plays about am I grouping at different timing, or am I like offbeat basing and finding like a new avenues attack, or am I split pushing, so on and so forth. Like these are things that players I think have learned about what a league flavored MOBA is, and too much like too much cooking, if you will, on this part of the formula, we found actually to be quite challenging for folks, and so going forward on like the core Summoner's Rift experience, what I think folks can expect is we're actually going to be converging more towards the PC kind of like flavor, if you will. Like, hey, like again, going back to the idea that like how familiar and how like that sauce, right, that secret sauce of what the League Mobile looks like, that we actually want to keep more intact. But that isn't to say our craziness, our wildness is disappearing. We're actually just trying to channel that in a bunch of other different game modes now. And so what we learn from T-Hex is we try to basically take our I crazy ideas and put it just like everywhere, and that had a bunch of like cascading effects that we actually like learned through the T-Hex experiment. And so again, just to make sure I don't bury the lead again, for Summoner's Rift, I think a lot of this is about like we want players to know what it feels like to be Summoner's Rift, this familiar experience. Though every single game is different, the familiarity is something that we want to keep, and so there's going to be more convergence on that side to the League experience. But there's going to be a ton more work that we're going to put on for modes and things like triple ARAM, like the craziness there.
Perhaps
there's going to be even 3v, perhaps 3v3, perhaps 3v. I don't know how many threes, right? Like there's variations of maps. You should expect that to come out and the more craziness to come out from that side. Now, if we experiment and find great stuff in those in these new maps, there could be a world that some of that then comes back to Summoner's Rift. But you can see that we're changing how that dynamic works, right? Instead of like doing a bunch of experimentation on Summoner's Rift and then taking the good parts there onto other modes, we're saying, you know what, actually we're gonna do the experimentation on the modes first. If that all works and pans out well, people really accept it, then maybe some of those things come back flowing into Summoner's Rift. And so that has been one of the shifts after T-Hex.
Okay, that makes sense. So you guys want to keep Summoner's Rift, the core MOBA League of Legends experience that we should expect, and experiment more in other game modes.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not gonna hide. I think I have over 10,000 AAA/Hextech ARAM games since it came out. It's by far my favorite game mode. And again, I love the wild factor. I love the crazy augment combinations you can do. I play with my wife literally every day. It's so much fun. Today I had a weird augment, which is the Blade Wilt, which is like kind of like the old Fiora ultimate. And I had it on Fiora, and if you ult someone and then use that, it pops all 4 vitals and insta-kills them. So I love these types of combinations. I'm a huge AAA ARAM fan. So I'm glad to see you guys try these wild game modes. And I think League of Legends kind of copied you with Mayhem ARAM or whatever it's called.
Yeah, you heard it here first. They started here first.
Yeah, I see a
so
lot of
we're
things.
glad that
I'm seeing a lot of things that started in Wild Rift kind of transition into League of Legends, and I always call us like the League of Legends testing grounds. But I'm definitely a huge fan of those game modes. So I also like talk to you about the new kind of big patch that we've had, like the Ionian Rift, and I wanted to ask what the philosophy, I guess, is with these new yearly changes. I think before we had like the Yordles, and then before that we had the Hextech, right, to align with Arcane. I want to kind of ask, how deep do you guys how deep are you guys planning to kind of explore these themes? For example, now that we have Ionian, yeah, we have a few Ionian events, we have the Ionian map, but are you planning to do more, if that makes sense, to really make it feel more like this is the Ionian season, if that makes sense, right?
Actually, I think the way that you articulated there, experientially, that's like the world we want to get to, right? What we want. Again, this might sound a little bit nihilistic, or like just like, why does playing Wild Rift now feel different than playing Wild Rift like a year ago? Why would I even remember playing Wild Rift now? Right? I think that's the thing that we want to help players and help ourselves deliver that experience for players. Like, hey, playing, we want to make sure that. Actually, I'm trying to find the right terms, but like for internally on our side, this idea of recognition, validation is very, very important, right? This feeling that, hey, like you as a player, every second, every minute, every dollar that you spend in the game, that investment, we don't take it for granted. We want to make sure that that gets seen, recognized, and validated. And having big themes like this hopefully almost set this as kind of like memory markers for folks that go, oh, right, this was the Ionia season. Oh, right, this was the T-Hex season. This was like the Hextech season, and so on and so forth, right? It is kind of for us to build like chapters in a book almost, so that we can look back whether it's with fond memories or with learnings, or I'd be excited about what some of the new themes to come. And so I think I like the way you articulated, Royal. Like, hey, are you trying to build like this is the Ione season? Basically, right? So that folks, you can remember it, and all the things that the trials and tribulations, but also like the glory and the awesome league moments that you experienced during this year, that can have this backdrop of, oh, right, this was this bigger thing happening in this time. I think that some of the caveats or the things that are going to be true for us is Wild Rift, we are not a great narrative vehicle, right? Like, we're not ever going to, I think, get to the same level that our league brethren are able to tell. For example, when they did their entire Noxus story arc of introducing Zahen and the interplay between Yunara and Xingjiao, like that was a lot of really deep lore, and they put that on their shoulders because, right, like League of Legends PC often has to shoulder the burden of perpetuating and moving the story forward. Wild Rift, we don't have that, so we get to be like the the crazy kids, right? We get to do that, all the fun, crazy things. And so for us, it's much more about gameplay related, clarity related, and a lot of it's just, hey, like, can we have fun new mechanics that make sense in this world, right? So like we have Ionia, or like back then, right? Like T-Hex makes sense in a Hextech Rift, right?
No.
So let's say sometime down the road we do Targon, or we do Sharima, or we do Furior, for example, right? Like if there was some interesting mechanics that made sense with that region, and then us introducing it there, like that's the direction of why we like one of the good ways we can use theme and gameplay to have that married together in a lot of ways to just have it make sense for our players, in addition to all the flavor that it also delivers.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And one thing that I kind of thought of as you were talking is the wild gameplay experience of Wild Rift. I just want to say thank you. And this is the thing that I praise Wild Rift the most for. It's crazy how well and how fluid the game actually feels on mobile. Like, I've played a lot of other mobile games and MOBAs, and the just the core gameplay, right? Just using a champion, last hitting minions, moving your champion, using your abilities. It's so unbelievably good compared to any other mobile game. It feels more fluid than League of Legends, that often has a lot of spaghetti code.
Thank you for that, Royal. I think this is one of my favorite things about watching like expert players like yourself or some of the other pros in China, for example. Like it feels like we playtest the game, right? Like we have internal playtests, but whenever these like expert players like yourself take the wheel, it's like, oh wow, like we didn't design it that way, but okay, I guess it can do that. It looks even crazier. So that's awesome. I'm glad that comes through, and also we're not satisfied. Like I'm glad that you're giving us the praise that you think it is very fluid and it is good. We still see so many blemishes that we think we can get even better at. For example, one thing that we're noticing is that I think we get complaints about this all the time about device, right? Like, hey, like sometimes I have even like a really high tier device, there's still heating issues, stutter lag issues,
yeah.
right? For example, optimization issues. We see that. We hate that just as much as, right? I'm sure you and your viewers also hate it. So we still have a lot of growing to do and improvements we can do on that regard.
Yeah, this was something that I was going to bring up as well, as some slight complaints that I've had, which is mostly in the mobile space, right? Two things. So number one, Wild Rift takes a lot of space, right? Like, I think it's 14 gigabytes right now. And obviously, for a PC game, that's not a big deal. But on your phone, where you have all your photos, all your videos, taking up this much space is at least right now an issue. Obviously, as devices get better and better, it's going to become less of an issue. But I've had a lot of people actually complain about the space it takes. And like you said, there's a lot of optimization issues that seem kind of inconsistent. Like, it's hard to kind of narrow it down. I have people telling me, I use this device and I'm having hitting issues. But other people are using the exact same device, no hitting issues. So how do you guys, I think Wild Rift, was Wild Rift the first Riot mobile game, or was TFT first? I don't actually know.
That's a good question.
But my kind of question is,
I think we're first.
How is Riot navigating the mobile space for, I guess, the first time to deal with these types of issues that I'm assuming previously you guys didn't have experience on?
Yeah, for sure. And I think like this, like even for myself, like for folks who kind of like not to talk too much about my own journey, right? But I'm like a product person, and I started like Champions was the thing that I owned for the longest time, and grew into kind of my current role. And a lot of the learnings I had in this kind of like growth in my career, my ability to contribute, was understanding just like how much nuance there is to the tech side of things. Oh my gosh, like there's so much to unpack. And even this example that, hey, like TFT vs Wild Rift, we're on fundamentally different engines, for example, right? We're on Unity. And so like how optimization happens is just so dramatically different. But let's take like, I think one maybe case study that we can talk about that really try to explore this. So when we first made Wild Rift, we had this belief that, hey, Wild Rift, yes, you're played on mobile devices, but it should be also a good viewing experience if it was blown up 20 times on a giant like 200-inch screen, for example, right? Like we like if that was the thing we wanted. Well, to do that, that is partly why, for example, our models are so much more higher fidelity than some of our competitors, right? Like we had to hit that bar. We had to, like, if you blew it up to a 100-inch plus screen, it still looks good. But by doing that, naturally, this is why our package size and everything also ballooned, right? So then it's always these trade-offs that we're making. And actually, like, I'm not sure if the tech team gave me clearance to talk about this, right? But something, for example, that we're working on is, hey, like, have we actually dialed that too much? Or like, does it really matter that you can still, right, see our model in all its glory in a 100+ inch screen for our players at this point? Or, for example, are we trading off too much for both build size or even like heat dissipation, for example, right? Like the conversation I've been having with the team is, if you're telling me that I trade off like 25% of my battery for a slightly higher fidelity model that I may or may not be able to see on my, well, like 7-ish inch like phone screen, that doesn't seem like a good trade-off, right? So like these discussions are always happening, but you can understand the nuance of this is, yeah, like there was a previous goal because we wanted to be that high fidelity, be a differentiator, but that's now causing active trade-offs we had to figure out.
Okay. So kind of working backwards, but it's very nice to see that this is a priority for you guys, because it was one of the most common, I guess, technical complaints when I was asking people for questions for you and discussion topics. Okay. So let's get to the meat of things. Let's get to matchmaking, because I forgot everyone in my chat spamming. Did you talk about matchmaking yet?
I see the chat too.
Okay. So first, I'd like to give my perspective, right? I come from League of Legends, and I come from a very competitive background, not just League of Legends, in every game I've played. My main focus when I play games is the competition side. And it might not be the same for everyone, right? Wild Rift is very diverse. A lot of people play it casually for fun or whatever it might be. But it kind of, I think Wild Rift has tried to at least advertise itself as a competitive MOBA, right? Even on the App Store, it's competitive 5v5 MOBA, right? That's kind of the goal. And that might not necessarily mean esports, but it should at least mean that there is, that the competition is one of the most important things. So I'm going to go on a slight rant here, so I hope you don't mind, but hear me out, it's all going to make sense at the end. So the main goal of the ranked ladder, the way that I see it, is to match players with other players of similar skill level, right? I feel like that should be the main goal of a ranked ladder. Obviously, that happens like normal games, it should happen anyway, but the main goal of the ranked ladder is to compete and to get matched with players of equal skill level. And it seems like Riot's goals right now for Wild Rift are super low queue times, which I completely understand, right? If I'm the rank 1 player and I play with a rank 1000 player or rank even 2000 player, I understand why that would happen, so that my queue times can be low, since this is a mobile game and that is obviously a priority. The main issue arises is when that rank 1000 or rank 2000 player is lower skill level than, let's say, the rank 50,000th player. And it feels like the current ranking system, and my biggest issue with it, is that it's not a good indicator of skill level. So I will play in Sovereign games versus other Sovereign players, but I can tell that the skill level of my ADC and the skill level of my support do not match up. They should not have been in the same game. And then I'm going to check my support stats. I'm going to see he's played 1,500 games with a 49% win ratio, while my ADC has 200 games with a 70% win ratio, right? But they've somehow made their way into the same elo bracket, I guess. So it feels like the matchmaking system through, I guess, two mechanisms, right? The number one being fortitude. Galio's Ages, you pretty much getting rewarded for how well you play, or having random loss prevents through the battle pass, or not necessarily battle pass, that's not accurate, but through different mechanisms like Divine Blessing, which is the new one, +1 mark, not getting loss. It kind of feels like it incentivizes players who play a lot to kind of climb more easily, and players who play a little bit don't really get to their true rank, right? A big issue I have also is in the start of the season, games feel impossible to win because everyone is kind of back to Emerald 1. But then if I don't play for a long time, and I play towards the end of the season, because everyone has kind of been inflated in reality to higher ranks, I play an Emerald and it feels like I'm playing against bots. And Legendary Q was a good attempt, and I guess we can talk about that separately, at kind of separating, this is the competitive mode, right? It's not ranked. Legendary is a competitive mode. But no one really played it, and it feels like Riot has kind of compensated with that by making it very similar to the ranked mode, which allowing players to climb if they play well, and you will see many players, again, climb with like negative win rates. So that's kind of my small rant. I have a lot more to say, obviously, but I want to hear your thoughts before we get too deep into it.
Yeah, no, there's so much to unpack for matchmaking, and I'll say this one thing that might anger chat, but I think just this is my one blanket statement before we get down to some of the specifics, where I think that there's a world of like absolute accurate matchmaking, but there's also the world of like the perception of matchmaking. Even if we attempt to have like absolute accurate matchmaking, a lot of times it will still be perceived and feel like it was not fair, right? And so I think that is like the world we fundamentally will always live in, just by the very nature of the game that we have, right? Like this isn't like chess where it's like an open information game, right? The analogy I think I wanted to have this blurb in my kind of like annual address, but right, like just imagine this is like playing like team chess with grandmasters, but everybody makes a single move, and they don't see everybody. They don't see each other before they make the move before and after. But even if they're all technically grandmasters of 2400 plus elo, that game of chess is going to look very strange, right? Compared to a normal game of 1v1 chess, with all pure open information. And so I think that's the one blanket statement. Like we have to now then figure out if it is impossible technically always match the accurate exact description of a player's skill to the perception of what players feels is accurate and fair. How do we then work in this world, right? So it's like, let's start that's like with that caveat. I think that's where this conversation is going.
Yeah.
And to that point, I just came back from a workshop internally within the team that, again, we talk about matchmaking just as much as we get complaints about matchmaking. So I want to make sure everybody recognizes that a huge portion of our jobs has been talking about matchmaking, because it is one of the hardest problems I think competitive games, especially MOBAs, have to solve. I think one thing that I really liked from our conversation recently was, let's say we draw this 2x2, right? And I have 4 categories of players, right? You have the players that are both low skill and low engagement, so they don't play a lot, right? So let's say they're like this one group of players. Then you have this other group of players who are both high skill and really highly engaged, like yourself, for example, right? That's another group. And then you have 2 other groups, right? So you have the high skill but can't play a lot, compared to the lower skill but plays a ton, right? So you can see how these 4 groups of people all exist in Wild Rift, right? And typically, we have no problems at all identifying and figuring out the low skill don't play a lot and the high skill play a lot, right? That distribution is actually very easy for us to work on. Where we get into trouble is when matchmaking tries and puts those other 2 groups together, right? The really high skill players who don't play a bunch, or the low skill players who plays a ton, right? And so I think oftentimes the perception of fairness, it's skewed on those 2 camps, right? The high skill players, even though they don't play a bunch, feel like, hey, like, yeah, I'm already high skilled. I should have ABCD rights or ABCD experiences. And also on the flip side, right, those highly engaged lower skill players equally feel like they have things that should be true for their experience, right? Like if I were to put you like, yeah, you invested so much time in the game, but you get punished in all these different ways, that also equally feels bad. And so in this world, I think what it became clear to us is like having the current one single rank system that tries to satisfies both of these audiences in the exact same way, that's where we get into the problem. That is actually impossible. Like that, this one thing won't satisfy both audiences. It is like factually going to be impossible. And so I think you alluded to it. We tried to have Legendary Q2 tackle this. It didn't go it didn't go in the way that we expected or wanted to.
To be honest,
but we
to
see
give you
this.
credit, on the Chinese server, which is the majority of the player base, it looks like it's going well. I think it's the other servers that are struggling with it.
Yeah, I think it's going better. And so our takeaway there, Royal, is that's really what we want to like, I think like explore and expand of, hey, we want to basically have basically like, say for example, like the higher skill players, like the ladder chasers, we can have an environment that is like hyper competitive, and every loss feels gut wrenching, but every win feels like an elation. Like we can have that experience, but that isn't something that absolutely everybody wants at every single moment in their experience with Wild Rift. And having more meaningful separation between those things, but rewarding, servicing, right? Going back to my previous monologue of like, how do we recognize and validate for our players for a variety of all those different things? We need to have environments that are capable of that. So I think, especially in the rest of the world, regions that are not China, Legendary Q didn't do what we expected and wanted. That is an execution error on our side. Strategically, that's what we believe, right? Strategically, is we got to be able to separate these two groups of players. Not in terms of like what they play, but just how they get validation. Right? That part needs to get separated, right? Like the really hardcore ladder chasers, they need to get validated because like for example, if you're number 5 on the ladder, that should feel better than number 10. Like that needs to be reflected in some way. But at the same time, for a lot of the other players, yeah, like you're not going to have your best game every single game. You also want to be rewarded for having this cool play that you did, or trying this new build, or this new experimentation that you did. How can we also reward those things, but having those rewards and recognition be separate?
Yeah. One thing that I think Wild Rift in general has done well is the champion system, where you can get top 1 year champion, top 10, top 200. I see so many people chase that, and I think that's such a cool idea as a way to reward players for the effort that they put in. So definitely congratulations on that. Going deeper into the ladder though, right? And you talked about those like that small percentage of players, which is including me, right? That are hyper competitive in the Apex tiers. Right now, there's no real competition in the Apex tiers because it just generally comes down to whoever plays the most, right? I can get to 500 marks, or somebody can get to 600 marks if you just play more than me, right? It literally all comes down to who can play more once you get past a certain level. But that exact same logic of, for example, Starting is a good example. In the NA server, he hit 400 marks, right? He wasn't necessarily playing better than some other players like Lebmond, who's also really good. He just played a lot more. So as someone who is like known for chasing the rank 1, right? I advertise myself as the rank 1 player. Obviously this is a very small community, right? The Apex tiers, but it feels kind of bad to not truly be able to compete with that in a fair way, and it coming down to who can play the most. So recently I got rank 1 the NA server by just playing more than everyone else, right? Other than the ladder and matchmaking abuse that I also did, which we'll get into too. I played my favorite strategy called Sion's Aegis, where pretty much I do my best to get Galio's Aegis or win the game, but either way I don't lose a mark, right? So it's the most efficient way to climb, despite not having the highest win rate. So that's the ladder issues that we see. But now I want to talk a bit about the matchmaking issues, which is what I like to transition into, because the ranked ladder and the matchmaking are two separate conversations in my opinion, right? The ranked ladder feels unsatisfying because it feels like the more you play, the higher rank you'll achieve, which already exists in the adventure mode, right? Which is literally the more you play, you don't lose points, you only gain points, right? And I think that's fine. I'm completely cool with that. And if that's what ranked would become in normal ranked as well, while having the option of legendary Q to be competitive, I'd be cool with that too, right? But going off the ladder discussion, talking a bit about matchmaking. So from my understanding of matchmaking, and obviously I don't have the same data that you guys have, it seems like the goal is to find players of similar rank and then try to create a 50-50 game, right? At least as close to 50-50 as possible. But that leads, because of the ladder issues, right, they go hand in hand, playing in Sovereign and playing with a low-skilled player that has thousands of games and 49% win ratio, I get paired up with him because I have really good stats and a really good win ratio. So in the past, I knew that win ratio wasn't really that relevant. What really mattered was stats. But then we saw some players do some very, very terrible tactics of picking like Leona and just walking around doing nothing. The Scion was the most common one, where you would just push turrets and just end to ruin your KDA, ruin your stats, to pretty much get matched with better teammates, while still performing a strategy that helps you win the game, right? It's not like you're completely trolling, you're pushing down turrets, you are helping your team win, but by deflating your stats, the matchmaking is going to get confusing. It's going to be like, okay, this is clearly not a great player, let's match 4 gods with him. And to combat that, from my understanding, you added winning or losing as a part of that algorithm. But what that created was, since everyone is kind of gravitated towards that 50% win ratio, those like 49% win ratio players that I complain about in high elo often don't even really deserve that 49% win ratio. They should be losing a lot more, but they're consistently getting carried by the matchmaking, putting them with better players. So by playing a lot, their stats are bad, their win rate is bad, so they're getting better teammates, and through the fortitude mechanisms, they're slowly climbing the ranks. So it's kind of created this cycle of, and this obviously happens in Apex tiers, but it happens in lower elos too, right? In Master tier, somebody who barely understands the fundamentals of the game, like I'm not trying to shame anyone, like I'm criticizing more the matchmaking than the player base. They barely understand the fundamentals of the game, but they're in this loop of, I play bad, I get good teammates, but I play a lot, so fortitude kind of keeps boosting my rank. And it's the cycle that creates just really low quality games for a big percentage of the player base. And let me know if I have that right or if I'm mistaken, because obviously it's whatever I can see. I don't have the actual data.
Yeah, no, I think gamers are gonna game the system. Right? I think that's that we should expect that. And some of those edge cases that you experientially feel, like I think it doesn't even matter whether or not that's like the data that we see. If that is like the perception that the community feels, that already has its own element of truths to it, right? Because at the end of the day, like we're in the business of selling trust, right? You have to trust us with your time, you trust us with your intention, trust us with your grind, and if you no longer feel believe that is to be worthwhile or truthful, right? Then we have lost that trust, and so I think like so some of the sentiment thing that we see is just as real as the data that we have in the back end. Now, coming back to how we want to tackle and think about this issue, like I think you're right. Like when we look at if let's say like KDA and your performance in the game, right? That is part of the algorithm, as I outlined in a previous dev blog that we talked about. But those are always going to be susceptible to different ways of gaming the system, and I think we have seen that, and you have also experienced that. Going forward, something that we want to be much better at addressing. Now, this is going to take time because we don't have this all. We don't actually have exactly all the tools yet to be able to do this, but I want to describe this world for you. In your description there, Royal, I think what you ended, that sentence you ended with, is almost at like the crux of what we're trying to tackle, which is leads to very poor quality games, right? Yeah. Like that description there is exactly what now we're looking at as, hey, what makes a game a high quality game between different skill groups of players? And so, yes, right, all the existing ways that we're trying to tabulate and match skill with each other, that is one layer of looking at this. But now we're also looking at, hey, like if we're just basically trying to optimize for, if we can try to have these 10 players experience the highest quality game possible, right? How can we ensure that part to be possible? So then like that basically means that there's gonna be a lot more inputs right? Then a lot of times it's the behavior of the player. Things like I'm actually very conscious of not giving out like parameters that we will evaluate because that might just end up being things that players game, and at some point it's just gonna be enough things that we look at. And but the promise we want to give to players is, hey, we want to be able to provide for you. Let's say right now in high skill games, let's say 50% of your games are what you consider to be high quality games, right? We have metrics and ways we evaluate that. My goal is for that 50% of games to be high quality games, to be somewhere closer to 70, 80% of games to be high quality games, right? And if we can hit that goal, right, hopefully then that becomes right a way for you to feel good about investing your time, and that now the time that you spent is actually competitive because that's what you determine to be actually a good quality game.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, and that should be the goal, right? Creating those quality games. So from my perspective, there's two real main issues. Obviously, there's many things that lead to that, but the two real issues that the player base is experiencing is because of how the matchmaking works in combination with the ladder system, it leads to a lot of low quality games, like we said. And that's because, no fault to them, right? They're just playing the game. They just play the game a lot, and I'm happy for them. And I play the game a lot too, right? But when these players with thousands of games end up climbing the ranks, they lead to constant low quality games because they're in an elo they don't deserve. I'm trying to use positive language, right? But it feels like there's a lot of players who end up in, like, even today I had a game, like on stream earlier, where 3 of my teammates had 3 times my games, but with negative win ratios. And I was just in disbelief, right? So the main issue, in my opinion, and I don't know how that's going to be addressed, is it feels like the ranking system doesn't do a good job at matching players of similar skill levels together. That's the main issue that I have with matchmaking. And the issue when it comes to the ladder is that it doesn't feel satisfying knowing how the ladder works to get ranks. In League of Legends, hitting Diamond for the first time was the most exhilarating feeling because I knew that I was in an elite group that got really good at the game and managed to hit Diamond. Hitting Challenger felt even better, right? With the same exact effect. And I know some of my IRL friends that played, they would hit Gold and they would be so excited to finally get that skin, right? Now in Wild Rift, Gold is like, okay, you finally beat the bots in Silver, right? It feels like because of how the ladder works, it doesn't feel satisfying to really reach the next rank. Like, I don't feel even getting rank 1 doesn't feel satisfying because I know I achieved that by just spamming a bunch of games. So I think the two main issues that need to be addressed for matchmaking the ladder is create a matchmaking system that matches players of similar skill levels. Obviously, that's in combination with the ladder. And the other one is make achieving a rank actually satisfying in the sense that I earned that and it wasn't just by spamming a lot of games. Which I think there's a place for rewarding players based on their engagement too, and I think the adventure modes do a great job at that. I think I just hit AAA expert or something, so I'm excited for that. So I think there's a place for rewarding engagement, but there has to be, and I think there's something that most mobile games have failed at, and I think League of Legends does an exceptional job at, up until the most recent season, because I'm hearing a lot of complaints about that, but I think League of Legends does an exceptional job at making you feel proud of hitting your rank. You feel good hitting it because you know that you improved and your skill level got better to get there. While in Wild Rift, it feels like it's more of a matter of playing enough games and getting those divine blessings, getting those A tiers and losses, getting that fortitude to slowly push you to your rank. So these are my two biggest issues that I really hope get addressed in the near future or whenever you guys are able to. And one more thing, I know that it's hard to address that in the situation that we're in too. I know a lot of people are like, reset the ladder and keep the players in Diamond. Like, obviously, after you reach Challenger consistently, it's so unsatisfactory to just be demoted back to a lower rank that you can't reach. And I'm assuming that's one of the reasons Legendary Queue became a thing, to kind of keep players happy, but then still create this competitive environment, which for many reasons didn't end up working out in most servers.
Yeah, so I think like detangling some of that, focusing on again, like we know matchmaking is one of the most hot button topics, and we often don't do a good enough job of like talking with our community on how we're addressing it, because the fix a lot of times is systemic and takes time, and a lot of times it's hard for players to accept some initial changes. But I think I'm gonna do my best to kind of like elaborate what to expect going forward, and how we want to tackle this. Right, of the two things you mentioned there, Royal, like the second part about feeling like the things that you've been rewarded is actually earned, skill based rather than engagement based. Right, I think that is exactly what the discussion we had earlier about separating those two fundamental behaviors and motivations. Right, we want as long as you work at high skill players, regardless of low or high engagement, how do we recognize and see that? Right, we're not doing a good enough job of that right now, partly due to what I was talking about. How we just have this one single rank system that tries to do both, and it can't do both because they're fundamentally opposed, right? They're opposed to each other. They're different vertices, and so we have to have one that is recognizable and obvious for players to see. On the matchmaking quality side of things, again, like what we are working on there is, hey, kind of like evaluate you as a player. What is your ability to contribute to a quality game, and then matching that ability to those around you, so that each person's ability to contribute to a quality game is maximized in the elo or the behavior that they are. That is really roundabout, because again, I don't want to give out specific parameters, but that's like our goal, right? Our goal is to really maximize those high quality games where it is not always just one-sided. It is not somebody that is just like griefing or what have you. It is, right, you have that back and forth, you have that lane experience, you have the team fight experience. How do we actually capture all of those things that we know are, again, good and part of what the mobile experience is, and maximize our chances to recreate those? Those are the two avenues that we're trying to tackle. I expect the first one, right, the ability to like really differentiate and show you that your skill matter, that one to happen first, because the second one, that was really hard to do, and that's going to take us longer to do.
And I completely agree with you. I honestly didn't really have an issue with matchmaking, kind of trying to create those 50-50 games and taking the good players and putting them with like relatively low skilled players in the same rank. It just works really badly in combination with the ladder. So I think if you fix the ladder issue, the other issue will kind of at least be less noticeable, and you're going to start working on that later on. And speaking of players feeling good for their skill level and how you reward that, I want to talk briefly about Galio's Aegis. Because Galio's Aegis is... I'm probably the #1 hater of Galio's Aegis, to be honest with you. There is nothing I hate more. But a lot of players, I think, like it because it does reward skill. And that's what players really, really want. They just don't realize that Galio's Aegis, while rewarding skill, has a lot of negative implications. And the main issue that I have with Galio's Aegis is that if you understand what it is, you can kind of game the system with it. And it leads to selfish play, which I think is the worst thing that you can ever do in a game like Wild Rift. I think that at the end of the day, the only thing that should matter in terms of ladder, matchmaking, and so on is, did you win the game or did you lose the game, right? Because there's so many strategies. Like I told you, I was clearly abusing a strategy that should not be in the game by picking Sion and farming 1,000 Heartsteel stacks. It tricked the algorithm to think that, oh, this player is performing well. When I was playing okay, but I don't think I deserve to never lose any games, or at least not lose any marks when I lose games. And it got the point where in high elo, because players knew what I was doing, they would do the same thing. So they would also pick a tank, they would also farm 1,000 stacks against me, and we're just playing top lane with each other, just farming stacks, and whoever ends up losing just doesn't lose a mark, and depends on the rest of our team how they play. And I end up getting rank 1 doing the strategy. Obviously, I'm still very proud of getting rank 1, I don't care about the hate. But my point is that Galio's Aegis, it creates that satisfaction that players are looking for through the ranking system, while having unintended consequences, which are players kind of abusing the system in a way and create selfish play. Like my jungler is gonna be like, oh, maybe I should smite his cannon minion since it's gonna give up my gold, my stats, and I can potentially get Galio's Aegis if we lose, or get like an extra mark if we do win. I win with S tier, which I think is a recent feature of this season, right? I think it's only below Master tier, I'm not 100% sure. But when I would get S tier, I would get like an extra bonus mark.
Yeah. Yeah, that feature, for example, is a way for us to like more quickly get the high skill, lower engaged players to the place that they should be, right? And play with the people that can have those higher quality games. Now, I think to the Galio's Aegis point, I want us to be able to separate like what our strategic intention was compared to our execution of the thing. So I totally hear you. Like, could we have executed better? Shored us some of more of these edge cases, right? Make sure that avoiding some of these like abuse cases. Absolutely, we can always get better at that. It's like this endless way that we can optimize for it, and we will and continue doing that, right? I think the strategic intention is what you what we also have to notice, and I think what you are kind of like also articulating of, hey, like this is why so many players also like this system, is because it's a reflection of like, if I myself did do well, why am I being penalized the same? I think like not to get too philosophical here, right? But like, it gets to the point of like, do we want at every single moment across Wild Rift this game where winning and losing to be the only thing that matters? Right, this is actually something that like we're trying to grab. I know you do, and I because one, you're that type of player, but also at the elo and the level of competition that you aspire for, right? So so for example, I totally agree with you. Hey, like at the very top end of the ladder, only winning or losing should matter, right? Like let's make that happen. But you can also imagine, right, if that was the thing for every single experience on Wild Rift, how tiring and gruesome that might feel. Like it no longer feels like a game. It feels like a gladiator coliseum at that point, right? Like is that also experience we want to have absolutely everywhere? And so I think this is where we're trying to get more nuanced. Like, hey, like we know winning and losing is important, but I think the degree of its importance across every single touch point, every single elo, there's nuance there based on what the player, like where that player is, the experience the player is looking for. And so like for players like yourself, how can we actually cultivate this environment where it really is that bloody, right? It really is that Shark Tanky of you win, right? You surviving means I lost, right? Or one of us gets out of here alive. Like, let's make sure that actually happens. But not absolutely everybody's looking for that and having meaningful separation there. But also, again, I keep coming back to this point: recognition and validation for what the player is already investing in, right? Like, it's the same thing that we don't want to punish the players who want to win, just as we want to punish the players who actually are also willing to dedicate thousands of hours to our game, right? Like, but we just got to reward them differently. But right now, we're doing, I think, all through one single system, and that's where we get into a bunch of these issues.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I completely agree with you, and I'm glad that it seems like Riot has a good understanding of what the actual issue is, because I've gotten some crazy comments about matchmaking from my community that I don't agree with. So I'm glad that you guys actually seem to have a good grasp on what the community wants and are working towards that. That makes me really happy. So let's move on a bit from matchmaking, because we don't have too much time, and we do have another pretty big topic that I'd like to discuss, and that's tournaments and esports. So obviously, esports was done in a way that didn't make Riot happy. It didn't really seem to make the community happy either at the beginning. And it seemed like it's kind of completely scrapped. I'm someone who played the Wild Rift esports. I tried to qualify for those international tournaments. I participated in Origins and the other EU tournaments at the time. And I kind of agree with Riot. It didn't seem to be successful in the way that it was done. And we can talk about many reasons as to why that was. But what I'd like to focus on is kind of the future of what organized tournament play will look like in Wild Rift. So League of Legends has obviously a competitive environment, an ecosystem, and they also have a more casual tournament system in the form of Clash, right? I actually, once every few months, I'll play League of Legends just to play Clash with my friends, even though I don't touch League of Legends otherwise. So I wanted to ask, what are the future plans of Wild Rift competition outside of just ranked play in terms of tournament play? I'm not expecting you to just kind of announce that esports is coming back here, but is Riot actively working towards any kind of organized style tournament play?
So I think you're somebody with I think very deep experience, a lot of like personal experience on going through this journey with us. So I really appreciate that perspective. I think for us, we are working on internally we call it organized play, right? We find that again, players, when you play together as 5, the game feels different playing by yourself, right? Like whether it's like the stakes, the type of competition, winning or losing together. like that's honestly where a lot of the magic comes from, right? And so we do want to think about how we can support that, but it definitely won't be in the same way that it was previously, when we first started, all the way up to icons, for example. It wouldn't be that. And I think I talked about this in a separate environment where like there's just we created that product before there was really demand for it, right? For the viewers of that experience who want to see that experience, League of Legends PC is already by far the best,
No,
right?
I completely
Like
agree with
that's
you.
what pros for. Yeah, like it is really the best. Like nobody's gonna beat them, and it doesn't even benefit us to try to beat our brothers in that front. And so it has to be something different. And so far, our minds have been very community focused, right? So for example, hey, we really want to work with creators of each and different region where hey, like you have a fan base, how can you better connect with your fan base through some of these organized experiences? That's the kind of like that's the angle we're trying to look at. Is it is going to be more grassroots, it is going to be more local, but it's going to be local supported by right our community and our creators, so that like there is still meaning, right? So this is not just me putting up a sign on the street that says come play Wild Rift and play together. But hey, like, yeah, I'm playing alongside these creators that I also care about. And so like we can foster this idea of shared identity, shared language, and community with each other.
Okay. Okay, I think that's a fair and understandable way of doing it. And one of my biggest criticisms of Wild Rift Esports when I was first getting into it is, as a viewer, I'd rather watch League of Legends. Simple as that, right? I'd rather watch League of Legends tournaments. I didn't watch Wild Rift Esports. I only watch to try and learn to better myself. And I understand why we're not gonna get the full-fledged esports back, and I understand that. The thing that I believe we should try, or Riot should try to capture, is what you said, that community tournament, that 5v5 experience. I think there's many ways of doing that. My personal best recommendation would be something like Clash, especially since in Wild Rift we have the guilds as well. Perhaps, and I'm just throwing ideas out there, a separate guild-based 5v5 queue, similar to what ranked teams used to be in League of Legends, or maybe a tournament style similar like Clash. I really think it's important for it to be in client. However, the community-based approach is all right too. The main issue is that it's pretty hard to organize, right? For the creators especially, there's a lot of organizational effort that makes it feel clunky, right? I try to organize some tournaments once in a while, and it's pretty clunky. It's not the same like fluid experience. And there's of course many players who just don't care about creators, they're not involved on that space, right? Wild Rift is actually surprisingly small on YouTube and Twitch compared to how relatively big the player base is, because it's a mobile game that people just pick up and play, right? They don't watch a lot of content, but they would love to queue up with their friend group or even their guild mates and just play this 5v5 experience through Clash or through a different ranked queue or whatever that might be.
Yeah, no, I hear you there, and I think we haven't been as responsive or quick to support. If our vision was this community-led version of organized play, how can we put the tools in our community's hands so that organizing to play isn't as tedious and hard as it has been? We hear you on those. That is something that we're going to try to prioritize and do better and do more of. Yeah, I think like I heard you loud and clear. This is part of our strategic effort for building up a community. Because I think like, if we don't have these kind of touch points and these kind of like organized experiences, again, like we don't want this to be like this feeling of everybody's just like isolated in the silos by themselves, right? This community effort and organized play together is a big part of who we are. But we just got to get the tools into people's hands so that you can just do that work.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing that Riot is investing a lot more into creators, or at least there's talks of investing a lot more into creators, which I obviously as a creator like to see, right? Obviously, there's a few complaints that we might have as creators, but I feel like that's not really a discussion for this stream. Maybe that's something we can discuss with other creators and the Riot team. I would like to mention two things that are relatively quick while I still have you here. So number one, and I think this is super, super important in terms of optics, in terms of the ladder and matchmaking and so on, right now in the EU ladder, the top ranked 4 players, rank 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 6, is currently advertising their bad boosting services, right? They're advertising, I will play on your account for money. I know that League of Legends has done a great job throughout the last year dealing with these issues. Obviously, I'm not expecting a full-on revolution with systems and data and AI similar to what League of Legends has done to completely eliminate this problem, or at least almost eliminate it. However, I would like to at least not optically observe that in the leaderboard, if at least something for that if something like that can be done. Not to target any specific players, but I think for the optics of the game, when you click on the leaderboard and these are the top 4 accounts, it makes it feel cheap, if that makes sense.
Well noted. I think that makes a ton of sense. We should be addressing that.
Okay. And the last point, this is super selfish. No one asked for this other than me. When is LeBlanc coming to Wild Rift? Please. I was a LeBlanc one trick in League of Legends. I was the best LeBlanc in the world. I had Korean pro mid laners asking for LeBlanc tips. I want to play LeBlanc in Wild Rift. I had the official Wild Rift account message me with like a wink suggestion. Is there anything, any hope, anything you can spill? Should I be expecting it soon? Should I be waiting 10 more years for it?
Well, I think like champion reveals has been one of the typically the most fun moments whenever we do a big patch update. I think like on LeBlanc, one, you're not the only person that loves LeBlanc, and there's been we've been hearing a lot of like LeBlanc fans telling us about her. But I would say that there are in our minds some unique challenges with LeBlanc.
I know.
And frankly, we haven't found really great solves too, right? So for example, like the camera panning issue. That we have, like if you go far enough, right, with your W, right, like hey, like how does that work on mobile? Like the fidelity of her chains, her Q being a single target that you have to aim potentially for multiple cases. Like I'm saying again to you as an expert, like you can understand, hey, like if we just brought the exact same kit from PC over. My belief is that it won't feel nearly as good as PC, right? You're not going to feel like the master deceiver, right? So we got to find some real fun, interesting ways to go about her while still making her feel like, right, that the absolute badass that she is. So we're working on it, right? Trust me. Like we look at the back catalog of the champions that we have, and so much of it is like, hey, this is actually a full circle moment of like Nora. Like, how does this champion make sense on mobile and creates a unique experience that makes sense for the Wild Rift players while honoring all of the expectations that people have for League. So we're working on it. I'm sorry, Rod, I can't promise you a date.
No, I'm glad that you're at least considering the champion. I appreciate that. And I completely agree with you. To be honest, I didn't even, when I first started playing Wild Rift, I'm like, oh yeah, based on this game, I'm never seeing LeBlanc. This champion is way too hard to kind of port over. But you managed to port over other champions that I thought would be impossible, like Viego, right? So I'm glad that at least you guys are thinking about it. So I'm kind of excited to see. I'm happy to wait. I'm with Wild Rift for the long run. I'll wait 5 years if that's what it takes. Obviously, I know that we're past our time, but I'd like to also give you the opportunity to kind of address my community or the community as a whole on if there's any topics you'd like to discuss with me, instead of the other way around, as a content creator, as a high-level player, as someone who spent a lot of time on the Rift.
No, I think like this is, to me, we don't do these types of engagements and conversations with our community nearly enough. And so I'm really glad that we had this opportunity here, Royal. We're motivating the team to find more opportunities like this to speak with more members of the community. Like this is again, we know we haven't done this part well, and I think like what I wanted to share with like again your viewers here is that we got to do this more, right? Like this is just one conversation, and we only talk about like 4 topics. There's so many more things that we could be talking about that I'll be excited to talk about. Let's not treat this as like a one and done. Let's make sure that this becomes a continuous dialogue that we're going to be having throughout everybody's journey with Wild Rift, and we are so glad that folks are still trusting us to fix these, and we don't take that trust for granted. We really want to honor that trust and give the best possible mobile experience back to you all.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank you for doing this, right? This is obviously, especially with how much complaining exists in Wild Rift. I know that like the dev team kind of went quiet over the last few years, and only in the last few months, I think in the last year, I think Riot really realized the potential of Wild Rift again and are investing a lot more into it, and that makes me really, really happy to see. And I love that there's more communication. Obviously, agreeing to do this when you probably knew that there would be a lot of scrutiny from the community in terms of the matchmaking and all of that, and addressing that head on, right? I know that takes a lot of courage. So thank you for participating and being open. I think this type of communication with the developers, the content creators, and the community is what really makes an awesome game, right? Makes that tight knit community where we're all working together to make this a better experience for everyone.
Cool. I appreciate it, Royal. Thank you, thank you for all your support.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you, and hopefully we do this again, like you said.
Absolutely. All right, we'll catch you all later.
I have a great rest of your day. Hi, chat. And that was it. Hopefully I answered, or hopefully I asked a lot of the things you guys have been wanting me to ask. Hopefully you guys got some kind of satisfaction from the answers. I kind of like to talk about like all the things, right? Because obviously I had limited time, so I had to rush through a couple of things. I'm really glad to see that Riot is making an effort in the last few months to a year. And it does take time and does take organization. But it seems like, to me at least, right, and hopefully this isn't hopium, it seems that Riot really cares, right? They want to make this game better. They want to make this game more popular. And they obviously, I didn't really talk about marketing and advertising, as I don't really think David would necessarily be the person to even talk to about this. But it seems like Riot truly is trying, right? They're investing resources, they're doing what needs to be done. They at least understand the issues as well. That seems to be the case. That's what's important to me, right? And hopefully I did my best at communicating those issues in a way that you guys are proud of as well. Obviously, he didn't give us any promises of, yeah, we're demoting everyone back to low elo, right? He was never gonna do that, but I feel like by his answers, and I'm definitely gonna rewatch this back. But I feel like from his answers, we kind of got a lot of what we were hoping for, right? Riot kind of acknowledging the matchmaking and the ladder issues. And while not saying, yeah, we have a quick fix, it seems that they are working towards a world where we can have a competitive and fun matchmaking at the same time. Obviously, he's not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, we have a fix, we're shipping it out tomorrow, but it sounds like they understand the issues, right? Also, I'd like to thank the people who donated and subscribed. Obviously, I couldn't shout you out while in this conversation, but CCT, my absolute GOAT, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Bionic, thank you so much for the donations. We talked about matchmaking. We talked about, well, the account banning problem. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to here, but please feel free to give a little more information on that. In terms of console release, I didn't ask about that because it's not happening. That's already been cancelled. And there are many other things that I've talked about, like voice chat that China server has, alt chat, right? But I didn't want to waste time on topics that I didn't deem to be super high priority because we only had an hour, right? Also, I see you, Stuart and Health in the chat. Thank you for chiming in as well. Hopefully, I think I did a good job at communicating what the community wants. I hope you guys also felt that. Yo, CCT, thank you for the gifts. I think now they're popping up on my alerts. Oh yeah, they weren't popping up before because I don't have alerts on the other scene. Okay, I see. I appreciate the gifts, King. A global release is another topic that I didn't bring up because I was just gonna get a corporate answer, and I was gonna get a corporate answer no matter what. But the thing with global release is that it's really not on Riot, right? They've released in the places where it's easy to release. Now, if they want to release on places like India, there's other regulations and hoops they need to jump, right? Creating like a server in a place where there's not a big player base or a player base that they're targeting, right? Those are internal strategic decisions. So I don't think that the global like, what do you guys mean by global release exactly? Like,
Brave the shadows, find the truth.
like I'm not even sure what global release even really means. Like, even does League of Legends have a global release? I don't think that Central Africa has a server in League of Legends. Is that not globally released, you know? Like, what exactly is a global release? That's what I don't understand. Like, anyone can play the game, I think, using at least a VPN, worst case scenario. Like, the main thing that people say when global release is India release, but again, that's not really Riot's thing, because from what I understand, to release the game in India, you need like you need to jump through special hoops. You need like a local partner. It's not really on Riot. It's more on India's regulations around gaming and apps.
Brave the shadows, find the truth.
Chad doesn't understand that David is not gonna say anything not corporate. To be honest, even though his answers were obviously like he's trying not to say anything that's gonna stir up the pod, or you know, he's trying to be as professional as possible. Let's use those words. He's trying to be as professional as possible. He did seem to give us a lot, which I honestly didn't expect this much. Did you ask him about LeBlanc? I did. He very much told me to go fuck myself. No, I'm joking. He very much said that LeBlanc is really hard to port over, but it's something that they're looking at. So we're probably not gonna see her in the short run, from what I understood. Unless he was messing with me and next patch we get LeBlanc. That would be funny. India isn't the only country in South Asia. I mean, Southeast Asia has a server, right? There is, obviously there's Pakistan, there's Bangladesh, there's other places in South Asia. But I'm assuming you guys can play in the Southeast server or in China, can you not? But it's clearly not a priority for Riot. Yo, what's up, Dienzio? If Riot is taking the community approach serious, they gotta do a lot better of empowering the creators, though. I feel like, yeah, that's something I've talked to Riot about behind the scenes for this. Oh my god. Somebody just redeemed a champion request. Oh, what do you want me to play? Quickly, before we get in game. Did you ask him about Ultshot? No, I didn't ask him about Ultshot. I had a limited amount of time, so I tried to prioritize what I deem to be important. Yeah, to get back to you, Dienzio. So it sounds like Riot is investing more in creating the foundation to start engaging with content creators as well. Like, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but dude, do you just redeem 30,000 points on Twitch, tell them to play Zed? Something I already, like, my most played champion. We got leveled support, so we'll do the champ request next game. Unless somebody wants to give me jungle or mid. So it seems like Riot has already laid the foundations. We're doing a champ request because he redeemed points for it. Hopefully someone picks AP in my team. Oh, it looks like it's a remake anyway. But what is the foundation that they laid? So before this, we didn't even have anyone to talk to in Riot. but they have hired, or at least transferred from other teams, community managers. So I had community managers reach out to me and talk to me as a content creator about their plans, ask me about my input, what I'd like to see in the future. And I had like a 1-2 hour discussion with the new community managers that are kind of getting the lay of things, right? And they told me that they're planning to kind of engage more with the community. David now on the stream talked about how they want to engage with content creators for tournaments and organized play. So obviously I'm not saying this means, oh, we're gonna get some creator codes and we're all gonna be rich now from content. But it sounds like they're kind of ready to include the community more. Or the content creators more. Imagine content creator codes on those gachas. I honestly think that the problem that Wild Rift content creation has, obviously there's something I can talk about for hours because I'm a Wild Rift content creator, but the biggest issue that Wild Rift content creation has is the lack of money, right? Like, how many full-time Wild Rift content creators do we have? And where do they live, right? What are their costs? Yo, Guma, thanks so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it. No, wait, I need to play Zed. I need to play Zed. If I just take his Zed here, is he gonna, like, int? Do I just pick before him and just pick Zed? What do I do here? Yeah, the amount of money in Wild Rift is low, right? The people that are able to do this, I'm gonna pick Zed next game. What's up? I don't want to troll this guy. So anyway, the money on YouTube is on content creation for Wild Rift is very low. So there aren't many people willing to put in the time and effort to create really good content. I think there's maybe like what? In the English-speaking community of Wild Rift, there's me, there's Stuart, there's Hells, who's kind of transitioning into other content. There's Kirks, who seems to be, at least, I don't know, doing other things. He's not really uploading daily and stuff. Like, it's not his primary income from the looks of it. Let's do, like, AP Jax or something.
Let's do this.
Am I missing someone? Darkbreaker quit, right? The money was too little, he went and got a real job. So the problem is because content creators make too little money. Talon's a student, he's not a full-time creator, he just streams a lot. I'm talking about like people who are full-time. I wasn't full-time until like later last year, right? And I gave up, like I quit my job to do this full-time and I gave up like a lot of money that I was making on my job to do this, right? So since the money is so little and the reward is so little, even at the very top, right? Like out of English speaking content creators, I probably make the most now from content, right? And it's really not enough to incentivize people to do this full time. That's the main issue. Broken support? Oh yeah, broken support. I mean, broken support doesn't speak in these videos, so I didn't include him like English speaking. And I don't know if broken support does this full time or not. But the people who are able to do this are in a low cost of area, like low living costs, people who are able to do this full time. So in the United States, I don't think in the United States there's a single full-time creator. Is there? Maybe Starting does this full-time? I don't really know. I think the ones that do it full-time are supplementing with boosting. So the problem is the money's too little to warrant putting a lot of effort into creating good content, right?
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Bearing the light of Acacia,
Okay, we're not against team, we're against Set.
just my style.
So keeping that in mind, Riot needs to find a way to kind of empower creators to make more money. Like, obviously it's a selfish thing to say, but it's kind of the only way to make Wild Rift content better. Oh, she's not supposed to be here.
First line of defense.
Oh, what is this?
First blood. Ally slain.
He literally started with...
No sword and shield beats old faith.
Bro, leave me alone, bro. You go jungle.
Eternal light.
What are you doing? You started with Taunt. He's never gonna clear this camp. Bro, literally started with Taunt. You look like Angel Jolie. Angelina Jolie. Dude, she was my first crush when I was like 3 years old or like 4 years old. Yeah, there's no money in Wild Rift content. Even if you are the top of the top creator, you're not really making that much. While like in League of Legends, for example, or even in smaller games like Clash Royale, or with like a mobile game but has creator codes, Fortnite has creator codes, even like relatively small creators my size are able to make bank. So it's worth to create content. You know? The main issue with Wild Rift now is that it's financially not worth to create content. That's the main issue from like a content creator side.
Slain.
Again, you have to be my size, which I'm at this point the biggest Wild Rift content, the most popular English-speaking Wild Rift content creator. And it's really not that much money. And that's the best case scenario, right? We're talking about the literal best case scenario here.
Has spawned in middle lane.
Hit me like you mean it.
I can maybe kill this guy on this wave if he steps up.
Fire.
My humble streamer? I mean, I'm just trying to have like an open conversation with you guys.
Stop itself.
Okay, the AP Jacks.
Good try.
On my way.
Almost left a scratch. Gotta keep pressure at my age.
Enemy slain.
These old
Ally
bones haven't
slain.
failed me yet.
Enemy slain. Ally slain.
So, I mean, the very easy solution, but I don't think Riot would ever do something like this, would be to just create creator codes. So every time somebody buys a skin, right, or buys wild cores, they put in
Champion.
a creator code, like Royal. And I also get a revenue share from that, like even 1% revenue share, right?
Might learn something.
If my viewers spend in a year $200,000 in total in Wild Rift,
Middle turret is under attack. Killing spree.
me being able to get a piece of that pie, even if it's 1%, kind of creates an incentive for me to make content. I mean, getting free skins or whatever, like, again, that's not incentive to grind the game. Like, Riot gives me wild cores, but wild cores are not gonna, like, feed my future baby, you know?
Chop keep hitting me harder than my enemy.
On my way.
Bro's explaining revenue and eating set for lunch at the same time.
Rampage.
I mean, the way that I'm not actually sure the way that Fortnite has it, but Fortnite is by far the most profitable for content creators. And this is why there's an absurd amount of Wild Rift content creators, right? It's not as good as it used to be. It used to be even better.
Retreat from the enemy champion.
Oh, damn. I think I got killed this side if I just first ability on him. It used to be even better. Now they've kind of toned down, but it's a way to incentivize content creators to create more content. And that promotes the game, right? It's free promotion. What I do is give Riot free promotion. Obviously, I benefit to a certain extent too. But by creating content, I am giving free promotion to Riot, and on top of that, I'm keeping the community more engaged. Right? Which, at the end of the day, they make money through that. So the creator code is the simplest way of like incentivizing it, and kind of creates a revenue share between the game and Riot. I don't think Riot would ever do that, because it's not how they do things. They support their creators in other ways. Maybe I should have gone Phase Rush. I feel like that's what I should have done. But First Strike has worked nicely.
Under attack. On my way.
How many wild cores does Riot give you? I don't even know, because I don't, like, honestly, I don't really care too much about skins. Like, if Riot paid me to advertise with them, I'll advertise the fuck out of them, but I don't care about skins. I think even like, maybe like 2,000 or 3,000 wild cores a patch.
Slain an enemy.
But again, I don't think I've actually even spent any money on Wild Rift.
Enemy slain. Enemy slain.
First turret destroyed. Double kill. Killing spree.
I mean, they insta lost this game by Rammus trolling level 1. Like, you're so far behind, you can't play the game. I don't know why he just chased me the entire time and started with his,
Enemy slain.
and even started with the wrong ability.
Gotta go. The eternal light needs more fuel.
It's barely any wild cores with how expensive the skins are. I mean, the idea of it is for me to just get the new skin every time so I can show it off on stream or whatever. Learning from you made me play League more. I mean, it just kind of creates engagement, right? It creates fun. If like no one made Wild Rift content, people would be less willing to play Wild Rift. Obviously, someone's always gonna make Wild Rift content, even just like I'd probably still make it even if I wasn't getting money just for the fun of it. Oh my god, he wrecked me. Oh! What? He can dodge the damage? It's crazy. Ah! I'm so fast. No! There's a Teemo there.
Ally slain. Bottom turret is under attack.
But again, I don't care about wild cores, right? Like, wild cores are not gonna feed me. So, I think the solution, like, Riot needs to find some kind of way to really incentivize higher effort content creation. To make, because like, a lot of Wild Rift viewers don't even watch Wild Rift, they watch League of Legends videos and stuff, right? Because the games are like somewhat similar. And they're just higher effort, they're better videos, right?
Retreat from the enemy champion.
Bring it on.
But that's like a different conversation that I don't want to have with David on my stream, right? This is something that needs to be discussed with other content creators as well, not just me.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Where is this guy going?
Tower looked at me.
Where is he?
Slain.
Last light of Acacia.
Huh? Was he not? Was that not? Where is that going?
Turret is under attack. Turret lost. Enemy turret destroyed. You have
Where is brother going?
Battle hard. Hardly.
We really need OPGG for Wild Rift? I mean, that's a public API, and again, that's a different conversation, which I think is worth having, but it wasn't really the time to discuss that with Riot, in my opinion.
These old
I don't have ulti, I can't do shit here.
This one's got fire. Oh, wait a second. Forgot my fishing pole.
destroyed. On my way.
Guy looks mighty free of void.
Engage.
You're welcome.
Yeah, like having, I mean, Tyler 1 is different because he's not, it's not that he does put a lot of effort into his content, but that's not why he's popular.
Gotta keep
You have slain an enemy.
Nice.
Your team has slain the dragon.
world is a top itself.
You are on a attack Baron.
And it's not just streamers, right? It's just content creators in general on like on YouTube. Like, even for example, let's take someone like Alois, right? Who makes really good content on YouTube. He has editors, right? He can afford editors. I can't afford an editor.
Learn something.
So I can't spend my time streaming while I have someone else repurposing my content. For YouTube, right? I have to do everything myself, which just leads to lower quality content. I don't have a thumbnail designer. I have to do the best I can by myself.
Is that all you got?
Because if I did have a really good editor, and if I had a really good thumbnail designer, right? Let's assume I had those things. How many more views would I get? Maybe like a 20% increase on my views? I would lose an insane amount of money doing it. I would need to like double my views to hire a full-time editor. Which is just not possible because Wild Rift is not that big.
Sky looks
W. Alois mentioned? Yeah, man. Alois has been. I've been I kind of following Alois ever since he was like a pro player in like Benelux. I've known Alois since like season like 10 over a decade now.
for a boiled egg right about now.
There's more players now, but less viewers than ever. I don't think so. I think there's more viewers.
Enemy killing spree.
Like my views have dramatically increased over the last well, since the patch, right? Since this year. But that, I'm assuming that's because of the patch. How broken is AP Jax?
Might have to make another heroic last stand. Show me what you're made of.
When we go last year, chat. I mean, Crown probably makes the most sense. 'Cause, 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 I'll help you out for free. I mean, what I've thought of doing is like,
Boldness is earned. Win
I don't want to take advantage of my community, right? Like things that I've thought about is like, oh, what if I had people create short form content or other forms of content from my content? And that's something that I did try to push a little bit. So I'm like, oh, you know what? Like I won't copyright strike you, do whatever you want with my content, just create more to make me more popular, you know? And it's something that, again, I'm super willing to do. Like if somebody wants to create like a channel that's royal clips and they just take the best moments from my stream and make them do short form content and monetize themselves out of that, I'll never strike you, right? Like go ahead, you're making my, like as long as you're like adequately telling people where to find my stream, then I'd be like, that's awesome, you know?
Enemy turret destroyed.
Is AP Jax hidden OP, man?
Shut down. Victory.
Shared profit is the way to go? Yeah, it's just not doable because the profit is too little. I can't include an editor.
time to reflect on what we have learned.
How broken is AP Jax? Ah, we still low as that game, right? Do we want to do a jungle or mid? Let's do a jungle. Devil played AP Jax previous seasons? Yeah, but he plays it wrong, man. He plays it with Nash's Tooth. How about uploading content on China platforms? I don't know how it works, to be honest, but Asia, there's the biggest player base. You know, can that be a thing? I mean, I don't see why players in China would watch me over Chinese players, to be honest. But if somebody's willing to do that, they're more than welcome to. I don't even want any profit from that. But I wouldn't be able to profit from that anyway. I can't get monetized in China. How much you can or could pay a decent editor that will make it worth for you? So the issue is that I can't pay them anything, right? Because my views are not gonna really increase. Like, best case scenario, right? A video is gonna, like, just it depends on what kind of video it is, but most of my videos, my normal videos will make like maybe like $60. How can I hire an editor? Like, let's say they increase the views by 10%, and now I make $66. I would need to pay them $6, right? Because that's how much they increased my views for. But who's gonna make? Who's gonna sit there and edit videos for $6? It's just not like doable.
The unseen blade is the deadliest.
Get one from some country where $6 is a fortune? I mean, this doesn't exist. Like, even in lower income places, the good editors also understand Wild Rift are just charging more. Do you upload on TikTok? I do. I used to upload on TikTok, but not anymore. Because I can't get monetized on TikTok, and I don't really think it converts well into YouTube or Twitch. But it's plus 6 per one video? Yeah, but then I will need to pay them $6 per video. And that's like the best case scenario where it doesn't actually increase my views. $6 mass for little children that just want candy? But yeah, but little children that just want candy can edit videos.
Wild Rift.
No, I'm not facing a money crisis. Like, I'm very happy with what I make from Wild Rift and content in general. I'm just saying that I am at the highest level, right? Most people that dream of making content are not getting the same views as I'm getting. I'm obviously like in a very blessed position, but this is the absolute peak of Wild Rift content. Not to like brag, but that's the realistic case, right? If you're making even half of what I make in terms of views, you're not gonna be able to make it your full-time thing. And that's why a lot of your guys' favorite creators have quit Wild Rift, because they don't make enough money. Darkbreaker, Strider. The biggest reason why Strider quit is because his videos are high effort. It takes a lot of editing and work to make them. So, to be able to make them, he needs to make a good amount of money back. He can't just work for free. And it's been like years since Strider has uploaded and people are still like praising his videos. But we're not gonna get another Strider until it makes financial sense to do so, you know? Like even now I don't really, like, I wish I could make better videos, right? But I know that if I sit there and make an in-depth mid lane guide, it's gonna get same views as like my tier list videos that take me 10 minutes to make. So it doesn't make financial sense for me to really commit and make these deeper guides. If the player base was bigger, or if there was some kind of other financial incentive that Riot could give, then I would do so. I was hoping to steal his Krugs. We see him, right? We don't see him. Why are we walking through the jungle? I don't know what you expect me to do there, King. And he also roamed bot mid plays.
Group up at top jungle.
Nice. Didn't play that super cleanly, but we'll take it. He didn't have a ult. We saw him use his ult, so we could play pretty aggro there. I should have time to take this. He might invade me now with ult, but he's gonna gank mid instead. I mean, I'm happy with this. Kind of depends on like what people's financial goals are too, right? Obviously, I'm trying to increase my revenue from other ways too, right? The site I'm currently building, like yeah, right now it's ad-free, but eventually I'm gonna add ads to it, right? Yikes. Damn, I'm surprised I couldn't kill him there. I thought I would have enough damage, but I guess because I haven't shopped yet. It's my bad. I way overestimated my damage.
Middle turret is under attack. Enemy missing. Top turret is under attack.
If I'm not mistaken, you're around 200 euros per video? No, I do not. No, 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 no. No. No, I don't. I wish. What you have to keep in mind also is that mobile games, advertisers pay a lot less than other niches. Because people who play mobile games are typically like younger in age, have less disposable income, right? So the advertising revenue that I get is way lower than most YouTubers. Like gaming in general is not a lot of money, but especially where the fuck is my team? Where's my Vel'Koz? Billionaires telling us they don't have money? You think I'm a billionaire? No, I'm not saying that I don't make good money. I'm happy with what I make playing Wild Rift. I'm just saying that this is the best case scenario, so there's a low incentive for other people to get into Wild Rift content creation. Because if they can't be in my position, it's not worth it to do, you know? But no, I'm not a billionaire and I'm definitely not a millionaire either. I actually made quite a bit more at the job that I was doing before I started full-time Wild Rift. I now make less money to do Wild Rift full-time, but I enjoy it a lot more, so. I don't care about this, bro. They can have all the dragons in the world.
On my way.
What the fuck killed me? Dude, I feel like I'm dying from nothing. What killed me?
Is under attack.
Why you stop playing professional league? I wasn't good enough. Think you would make a lot from paid coaching? I do paid coaching. I make quite a bit from paid coaching.
Danger. Danger. Ally slain.
Like, how is this guy so tanky?
You have slain an enemy.
Holy. But again, right, what I'm trying to describe is not that I'm not doing well financially. I'm doing great. Okay, maybe not great, but I'm doing good. I'm doing okay. Right, I can do this full time, which is like a big privilege already. My point is that not everyone can do that because of the size of the game and the financial incentives that exist. So why would somebody start making Wild Rift content
Enemy missing.
when their full-time job pays them way more? right? The job that I had before Wild Rift content, or while I was also kind of making Wild Rift content, just not full time, was paying me a lot more than I'm making playing Wild Rift. I took a pay cut to do this full time. What was your job before? I was doing tech sales. B2B enterprise tech sales. I can't go back. Warwick's gonna kill me. We've committed.
Enemy slain. Double kill. Enemy slain.
He still gets the other off. That's my bad. I should have either insta flashed away or just accepted my death. Can I ask how much you get per live stream and how this works? It really depends on what people donate, right? Just from the ad revenue with no donations, no gift subs, I'll maybe make like $40 from the ad revenue, like USD. That's how much I made my job in like an hour, man. Was it cold calls or door to door? It was because it was like for a really expensive product. It was mostly like conferences. Like we did a bit of cold approach too, but it was mostly like events and stuff like that.
Rampage. Killing spree.
Ah, my team is winning 45, bro. Huge.
Group up at bottom. On my
I mean, I guess I'm coming.
on my way.
It's not a bad call, it's just... Oh my god! I don't have... Do I have smite? Wait, did I have smite? I don't know, did I have smite? I'm so confused on what happened there. I was smiting but I wasn't dying.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Wait, what? Did I smite it? My team loves dragons.
Enemy slain.
Attack the dragon.
How about we attack some turrets instead?
You have slain an enemy. Ally slain.
A new Genesis approaches.
Enemy slain. You are on a killing spree.
There we go, get some turrets. Dude, the skin feels so smooth to play, by the way. Feels so nice. You smited, yes? What did it like just come off cooldown? I feel like I was pressing it and it wasn't happening. You smited so late? I think I pressed it, but it didn't happen.
Enemy turret destroyed.
I felt like I was pressing it at least.
Enemy turret destroyed. Enemy turret destroyed.
At least you're feeling what you do now. You can spend time with the wife, family, self, etc. Yeah, I mean, I did. Like, obviously, it's not the best financial decision, but in terms of like lifestyle, this is great, right? I get to play a video game, I get to travel, I get to have my own schedule. Like, obviously, there's other things that outweighed having like a normal 95. Oh, we got a dub. How fun is Zed? Sucks because this is the most fun part of Zed, and they surrendered.
Victory.
You smile, the next one's coming off CD? Okay, that makes sense. For the early in Greece? No, I lived in Canada. One of the reasons I moved to Greece is because life is cheaper here, so I can do Wild Rift full time while having lower costs. How good is Valhalla, man? He's on Chinese level? He is really good. Are you gonna leave in Greece from now on? Not necessarily. When are you doing the Wild Rift Dev? We already did. You can go on YouTube and rewind the replay. I'll probably post as like a video. I'll like cut it up and post as a video too. But we already talked to him. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna work 40-hour work week in Greece, you're better off doing something else. Greece, nice place to live. I mean, I am Greek, right? It's not that I just came here because it's cheap. Doesn't your wife have problems with the language? I mean, English, when I lived in Greece, I went to an international school. So I have a lot of friends, like I have a big friend group of English speakers. So she has no issue in terms of like social life. Like she has made friends that speak English. Where you live in Greece or like suburbs of Athens? What do we play, chat? I haven't played Lee Sin in a minute. Let's do Lee Sin. Warwick since 11, bro. I'm not playing Warwick. Zeus, face me, you coward. What? How old are you? I'm 26. I actually don't like olive oil. I don't like olives. I like olive oil, but I don't like olives. When do you plan on going to Asia? We leave in 12 days. Greek doesn't like olives, sounds criminal. I tried an olive again today after like years of not trying them because I don't like them, and I reaffirmed I still don't like olives. Lee Sin is okay into Kazakhs, kind of hit the cute. I'd say Lee Sin is really good into Kazakhs. I'd say it's like a good Lee Sin matchup. Like, absolute worst case scenario, you can always kick him away from you, but you have two ways of seeing him while he's invis. He's like usually comes squishing, you can one-shot him before he can one-shot you.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Mosab, I hope you saw the Z game, by the way.
I will fail, but to surrender is a privilege I do not have.
Fuck it for you, King.
Turn to my meditation.
Minions have spawned.
What's your native language? My native language is Greek. But I use English way more. And my English is probably like better than my Greek at this point.
I will atone.
That game was mad, I played better. I honestly made quite a bit of mistakes. I'm surprised at like how much I died for no reason. But no, Kelton, you would not have played better.
Master yourself. Master the enemy.
You don't ban Smolder? I just ban whatever, to be honest. I usually ban Hacker and more Aatrox.
Find your center.
Because those champs are just unfun to play against when they're ahead. There's like no counterplay. With Smolder, I can figure out a way to beat him.
Today will be a word test. I'll see you through.
You know what? That was a decent jungle clear for somebody who hasn't played Lee Sin in a while. I don't be mad at it. Okay, we got two flashes. Is that Teemo? Is that Teemo ADC in my team?
Wind zone has spawned in middle lane.
Dude, I wasn't even looking. I have Teemo ADC and Samira in the top lane. Okay.
The dragon and
Now I see what's going on. Which counterpicks does Nidalee have in jungle? It's pretty much anything that can like easily get on top of her. And just kill her. Like Kazakh's actually pretty good into Nidalee.
Enemy missing.
I will crush body and spirit.
Lee Sin is pretty good into Nidalee.
Quiet steps. Stand firm.
Avoid enemy middle lane.
Fight on. I will
Yeah, I think he's Krugs and he also wasted a bit of time mid. So I should be quite a bit ahead now.
On my way.
Why is he going so fast? Why is he going before me? Oh no! How did I die to that? Oh, that was such a good kick. How did I die so quickly? That's unlucky.
I must stay disciplined.
Retreat.
Okay, that little bit of lifesteal is enough.
Quiet steps.
Middle turret is under attack.
Speed. Force.
I might have died, but I'm even in gold with him. My mid is really far behind gold somehow.
Retreat from the enemy champion. Retreat from the enemy champion. Top turret is under attack. On my way.
I'm holding for a Yasuo ult. No, 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 no.
Middle turret is under
Nami Caitlyn are here, we just leave.
ally slain.
Avoid enemy bottom lane.
Yo, Basta Fazorn, thank you so much for
Turret is under attack.
the donation, man. I appreciate that. So you just complain about money and then your chat just gives you money. How chill is that?
Slain the dragon.
I guess we're scaling? I don't know.
Top turret is under attack. Retreat from the enemy champion.
Find yourself. Fight on.
Oh.
Slain an enemy.
Killing spree.
Master yourself.
Oh my god. Okay, that was really bad.
Avoid enemy middle lane.
Oops. Okay, Timo. Use that blind king.
Quiet steps.
Oh, please, team, follow up, man. There's 4 of you. He didn't even ult on my kick. Honestly, a great kick, but Caitlyn flashed away. Yo, Basta Frazo. Let me make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Basta Fazorn 4834. Thank you so much for another massive donation, man. I really appreciate that. It was a cool interview. Yo, thank you, thank you.
Shut down.
I appreciate the donut and your kind words. Absolutely massive, dude.
Avoid enemy top lane.
Concentrate.
Top turret is under attack.
Waste not a minute.
So we are Triforce. We don't really outscale them, to be perfectly honest with you. So what do we do?
Bottom jungle.
Oh my gosh, you just cleansed my ult. Holy shit. I didn't even realize he had cleanse. I mean, what can I do? No, my bad, I guess. It's so hard to play with our team comp, man. I just can't do anything.
Ally slain.
Everything is better with mushrooms.
Find your center.
Enemy turret destroyed. Ally slain. Double kill. Enemy
Ah, my bad, I guess.
enemy team has slain Baron Nashor.
Do you get any hope in from ranked? I missed the interview, but it was good news you got from it. I wouldn't say we got news from it, but at least it seems like Riot is aware of the problems, and it sounds like they're at least working on some kind of solution for us. They're taking my camps.
The dragon answers in flame.
My top lane Samira and Teemo ADC taking my camps.
On my way to bottom lane. Slain. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Enemy kill.
We can never win group, we can never win split. I don't know how we win this game. Our comp is just so tragic.
Master
Bottom
yourself.
turret is under attack. Avoid engage. Turret lost. Enemy turret destroyed. Avoid enemy top lane.
I must stay disciplined. My spirit today will be a
And we can punish the Syndra with no flash? Is that in the cards? I can't even take that, I will literally just die.
Retreat from the enemy champion.
Yeah. We have any way to kill the Syndra there?
Endless trials await.
Turret lost. On my way.
I mean, at least the soul that they're getting is pretty shit, but.
Enemy team has slain the dragon.
Nice, can we burn?
Attack Baron. Attack Baron.
Oh, jeez, man. Oh. Can't even survive. Okay, at least we got it.
Slain Baron Nashor.
Dude, like, Syndra and Caitlyn just killed me over the wall. I should have stood further back and just let my team take it and just smited. Anti-shield? Do they even have shielding? Is it just Volibear? They literally have one Volibear shielding start ability and Gargoyle. They have 2 shields on 1 champion, that's it. My entire jungle is being taxed again.
Find your center.
Why don't you just farm bot lane instead of farming my jungle? I don't get it.
On my way to bottom lane. Enemy rampage.
I'm going to play with Teemo Shrooms, but we haven't really done that this game.
Avoid enemy middle lane. On my way. On my way.
He has cleanse.
Turret lost. Ally slain.
Today will be a worthy test.
Oh, I didn't hit. Yikes, man. My bad, I guess. I thought Yasuo was there too. But even if he was, I don't know what that would change.
Attack. Enemy slain.
We just have no way to win. Our comp is just so shit. Like, we have no engage with a Samira. How can we win?
On my way.
Like, Samira can't play the game. Me and Yasuo blow up the moment we go in, and obviously Teemo is not useful, so... I don't know how we're gonna win. Like, our team comp is just so ass.
Unstoppable.
Anti-shield, bro, trust me.
Ace.
Yeah, man, I'll trust you. That's all we're missing here. If only we had anti-shield.
Nexus is under attack.
Extend your senses.
Is dominating.
Please get me out, please.
Slain.
Yo, Bastafa, thank you for another massive donation, man. I appreciate that. Which lane, in your opinion, is the best to carry a game and climb up rank? Actually, Diamond. It's by far the jungle, by the way. Play jungle and focus on having 900 gold per minute. That should be enough to get you at the bare minimum Grandmaster. Wait, the Lulu... Wait, what is going on here? Who's pre-made here? We're playing with pre-mades? And they're picking these champions? Play jungle, 900 gold per minute on like a carry jungler. Always farm your camps and you will climb. I guarantee that much. Alright, boys. That will likely be it for me today. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm gonna send you over to Lebmont if you're on Twitch for a raid. Hope you enjoyed today's stream, and I'll probably catch you... I'll catch you when I catch you, I guess. Thank you so much for watching.